Welcome to the second annual 1 in 3 Speakout. My name is Julia Redeker Flynn, and I am the campaign director of the 1 in 3 campaign, a project of advocates for youth in Washington, D.C. In 2014, we were honored to host the first ever online Speakout, where 100 people shared their stories, their real experiences with abortion, shattering the silence and honoring the long tradition of sharing abortion stories as an act of resistance. Today, we are speaking out again because the stakes are higher than ever. In a few short months, the Supreme Court will decide the most important abortion rights case in 2 decades. They will rule on whether the insidious law that closed most abortion clinics in Texas violates the right to abortion. 45 reproductive health organizations filed briefs urging the Supreme Court to once again uphold a woman's constitutional right to access safe and legal abortion services. Advocates for Youth was proud to be among them, submitting a unique brief compiled entirely of women's real abortion stories from the 1 in 3 campaign. These women come from a variety of backgrounds and each face different circumstances as they consider their pregnancy options. From Melissa, whose abortion allowed her to complete her education and establish an independent life, to Kathleen, a mother of 3 who was 3 months behind on her mortgage when she found out she was pregnant again, to Anne, who in 1965 sought an illegal and potentially life-threatening back alley abortion, and dozens more. All very different stories, but with this in common: they refuse to remain silent about their abortions. They are determined to make sure that decision makers, including the Supreme Court itself, understand that a person's decision to end a pregnancy is specific to them, their goals, their challenges, their relationships, their responsibilities, and their understanding of their place in the world. And so are we. That's why with this Speak Out, we are continuing the People's Brief. We are addressing the Supreme Court directly and demanding they listen to our stories. That's right, we're talking to you, Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Thomas, Scalia, and Kennedy, Justice Bader Ginsburg, Sotomayor, and Breyer, Justice Alito, and Kagan, and many of you here. You know that the United States, 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in her lifetime. Despite the fact that abortion is very common, we rarely talk about our decisions to end a pregnancy. For too long, we've been dominated by politicians and anti-abortion activists who use shame and stigma as a tool to silence people and to advance legislation that limits access to abortion services. Today, we are asking the court to listen to a different conversation, one that is grounded in the lived experiences of real people. One that works towards building community rather than isolation, compassion rather than shame. A conversation that recognizes access to abortion and the ability to plan when and if you carry a pregnancy to term is crucial to the ability to protect both your own future and that of your family, and which honors everyone's right to dignity and autonomy. I am privileged to be one of the hosts of this historic event. Thanks for joining us today, and thanks to the many people who will be joining us later with their personal stories. We're grateful for this opportunity to host and bring together people from around the country to break through the stigma and shame people are made to feel around abortion and highlight people's real experiences and stories about abortion care. Some amazing folks are participating today. Among them, I want to mention Wendy Davis, former Texas State Senator, Liz Winstead, co-creator of The Daily Show and co-founder of Lady Parts Justice, Martha Plimpton, actress, co-founder of A is 4, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, and Congressman Tim Ryan, Yamani Hernandez, executive director of National Network of Abortion Funds, Cecile Richards, president of Planned Parenthood Federation of America, Elise Hogue, president of NARAL Pro-Choice America, artist and activist Sonya Renee, and many, many more. And finally, we want to thank the 900+ people who have contributed their abortion stories at the 1 in 3 campaign website, www.1in3campaign.org. You are helping to shatter the stigma and protect access to abortion. If you're watching today and would like to support the work of the 1 in 3 campaign, please visit www.1in3campaign.org/donate. Right now, I am joined on set by my co-host, Sadie Hernandez, a 1 in 3 activist at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley.
Hey, it's an honor to be here. I'm really excited. I really love sharing abortion stories because the stigma and shame around abortion has just been so devastating and detrimental, especially in South Texas where I'm from. There's one abortion clinic left, and we're barely holding on to it. And so I'm really happy so we can be here, especially with everyone that's here and all these amazing women like Amy at Hagstrom Miller and Wendy Davis. And yeah, I love this. I love 1 in 3. I'm so happy.
Thanks. We are also joined by Amelia Bonow, the founder of ShoutYourAbortion # on Twitter. We're thrilled to be able to partner with ShoutYourAbortion today. Amelia will be monitoring the 1 in 3 Speaks conversation and sharing them throughout the day.
Hi, it's such an honor to be here with all of you. This is one of the most exciting moments in my whole life, I think. And yeah, I'm just so excited to be helping out and continuing to elevate the voices of, as you said, real lived experiences and placing those at the center of this conversation, taking that conversation back, which should have belonged to us this entire time. But I think that the moment is now, right?
Yes, thanks, Amelia. If you would like to join the conversation, use #1in3speaks to share your story on air with us today, or tell us what you would like to say to the Supreme Court as they make their decision in this historic case. We're so glad you're here. And as we get started, we are also joined by Amy Hagstrom Miller, the founder and CEO, president of Whole Women's Health, the clinics that are the center of this Supreme Court case. We're so honored you're here with us today.
Thank you. It's really great to be here.
So I wanted to start off by asking you, that after this insidious law passed and shutting down a lot of clinics in Texas, you decided to bring this case all the way to the Supreme Court. What is at stake in this upcoming case?
So there is so much at stake in the upcoming case. I mean, as people keep referring to it as the case of a generation. Really, when it came down to it, I decided to challenge a really horrific law locally in the state of Texas, and it started in federal court in Austin. And then, ultimately, so many people said it's going to end up in the Supreme Court, but really, that piece of it, totally not in my control. So what was in our control is to say this is wrong. This is unfair. Women in Texas deserve to have the same rights in reality, not just on paper, that women all over the country do. And so the people who seek abortion services throughout Texas deserve our advocacy. And so it was very important to me to both do what we could to help people travel hundreds of miles and keep our clinics open as much as we could, while also really challenge this law on its face and say, this is unjust, this is unfair, this is putting an undue burden in the path of millions of people who deserve access to safe care.
Great, thanks so much. And can you tell us, how did you decide to bring this case in the first place?
I think there's so many things in hindsight, right? You don't know what it's like to be a lead plaintiff. I've had 10,000 of my emails subpoenaed by the state, every piece of financial paperwork, every mortgage, it's a phenomenal thing to go through, My deposition was 9.5 hours. I was in the witness stand for 5.5 hours. It's one of those things that nobody walks you through, this is how it's going to be, right? But all along the way, I always knew it's the right thing to do. And it's who I am as a person and who my company, what we stand for, is that people deserve our advocacy. This is a human rights issue. This is a justice issue. And while it may not be convenient or simple or easy, I've never wavered on knowing that this is the right thing to do and that we're standing on the right side of history.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit more about Whole Women's Health itself and that organization?
Absolutely. So we are independent providers, which means that we're not affiliated with any sort of large, hospital group or Planned Parenthood. We're small, community-based independent clinics, and which is where the majority of abortions in this country are done, in small independent provider clinics. All of us who are part of the lawsuit, we're 3 independent providers in the state of Texas. I come to abortion care with a very holistic approach, knowing that women don't experience abortion only as a medical issue and only with their uterus, but we experience it as a cultural issue, as a societal issue. Some people have spiritual issues that they bring to the table. And so really wanting to create an environment that was almost like an oasis, where people were welcomed as they are and allowed to experience the care and really have choices whenever possible, and meaningful choices. What kind of abortion would you like? Would you like a medication? Would you like surgical? Would you like sedation? Would you like your partner to be part of the procedure, your mom to be in the operating room? And so we've really broken down a lot of the sort of rigidity and stereotypes stereotypes and tried to create an environment where things are warm and welcoming and comfortable, and where people have dignity and compassion, as well as, of course, very professional and highly trained medical care.
Yes. So my last question is, what is your vision for abortion access in this country?
It's pretty simple, that all people should have abortion access whenever they need it, period.
Great. Thank you so much, Amy, for joining us. We are so honored that you're a part of the Speak Out today.
Oh, you're very welcome. I'm so glad you're doing it.
Great. All of us have a role in shattering the stigma and ensuring that we all have access to safe and legal abortion care. You can join the conversation today and tell us your story, or tell us what you'd like to say to the Supreme Court as they make their decisions in this historic case. Throughout the day, we'll be sharing stories, comments from the hashtag 1in3Speaks, or share your story via text by texting SHARE to 877-877. Together, we can make sure the Supreme Court knows that real people are at the center of decisions about access to abortion care. And with that, let's talk to our next guest. Sadie, who's joining us now?
Right now, we're joined by Gina, who will be sharing her story via Skype. Gina, please begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. You can listen to me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Gina, when you're ready.
Okay, can I speak in Spanish?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bueno, mi historia es cuando yo tenía 19 años, tuve un aborto en México. Yo soy de Morelos y aunque crecí en una familia muy conservadora y muy puritana y muy católica, eso no evitó que cuando tenía 19 años tuviera un aborto. Era demasiado joven, estaba a cargo de mis 3 hermanos de 14, 11 y 2 años. Mi mamá lamentablemente nos había tenido que dejar, se había tenido que ir. Yo tuve que dejar la universidad y mantener a mis hermanos. Obviamente en ese tiempo pues no tenía una pareja estable y de pronto estaba embarazada y tomé la decisión de tener un aborto. En México el aborto no era legal en ese tiempo, bueno, de hecho no sigue siendo legal, y busqué una clínica clandestina en la que puse en riesgo mi vida, y el problema no fue tanto encontrar el doctor ni conseguir el dinero, porque pude hacerlo. Lo difícil fue, lo más horrible fue que como era una clínica clandestina no tenía todas las medidas, todas las cosas de seguridad para proteger mi vida, proteger mi salud, y bueno, obviamente mi vida estuvo en riesgo, hubo muchas complicaciones, no tuve anestesia general, solo fue una anestesia local, y bueno, estaba completamente consciente de todo lo que estaba pasando, no sentía dolor, solamente estaba sintiendo obviamente que me estaban haciendo algo, y al final un doctor sumamente cruel, feo, mala onda, me enseñó como en un frasco y me dijo, mira, esto es lo que te estaba estorbando y lo vamos a tirar. Eso fue tan horrible, no sé ni siquiera cómo pude estar bien después de eso. Por muchos años viví con mucha vergüenza, con mucho remordimiento, sintiéndome que era la peor mujer del mundo. Realmente era horrible. Era una situación espantosa hasta que pasaron muchos años, muchos años, y pude encontrar otras mujeres que vivieron experiencias similares a la mía y pudimos tener esa conversación y yo pude sacar todos mis sentimientos y decir cómo me sentía y hablar, y creo que he logrado de alguna manera superarlo. Ahora tengo casi 46 años, tengo una hija de 15 años maravillosa y ahora estoy bien, creo.
Gracias por compartir su historia. These are the stories the Supreme Court needs to hear. Gina, what message would you like to share with the Supreme Court today?
My message is that my body, my decision. Y tener un aborto no es una decisión que se toma fácilmente, pero es una decisión que solo corresponde a cada mujer. No le corresponde ni a los políticos ni a los líderes de fe tomar las decisiones. Este es mi cuerpo, esta es mi vida, esta es mi decisión. Y necesito que sea respetada. Y necesito que ni mi vida, ni la vida de mi hija, ni la vida de ninguna mujer corra ningún peligro cuando toma la decisión, la difícil decisión de interrumpir un embarazo. Ellos no tienen que decidir. Tengo que decidir solamente yo en mi cuerpo, porque ellos no están viviendo conmigo cada día, ni saben mi situación para que ellos tomen la decisión de decidir o no si yo interrumpo un embarazo.
That was awesome. Thank you for joining us today. Julia, who's our next guest?
Our next guest is Nancy Starner, who is the Director of Development and Communications at Preterm, the largest abortion clinic in Ohio, who's joining us via Skype to share her story. Nancy, please start whenever you are ready.
Thanks, Julia. My abortion story takes place in 1996. I didn't decide to have an abortion because to me, there was never a question to be decided. I had an abortion because I was pregnant and I didn't want to be. I was 24, living in New Orleans, working as a librarian in my first job out of college and starting grad school in public health part-time. It was the only time in my entire life, the only instance, still to this day, that I had sex, knowing I wasn't using the right protection. My period had been regular, like clockwork. I thought I knew where I was in my cycle, that the risk was low, and I wanted this guy to like me. It was completely my idea. It wasn't pressure that came from him. It was for me. I was crazy about him and wanted him to like me. Clearly, I was wrong about the risk, and I got pregnant. Over a month later, I started worrying that I might be pregnant. I took a pregnancy test, and I remember exactly what I said to the guy who, by then, was my regular boyfriend. I think I'm pregnant, and I don't know how you feel about this, but I can't have a baby. I felt so stupid. I was terrified, and I wanted that thing out of me as fast as possible. I called a counselor and was referred to a private practice where I was told there wouldn't be protesters, which was something I hadn't even heard of. My boyfriend came. I went back with a nurse who did a pregnancy test and an ultrasound, told me I was 7 weeks pregnant, and let me see the screen that showed a small speck inside my uterus. Then I met with the doctor, a friendly, paternalistic old man with a shock of white hair. He said that the state made him tell me the risk of dying from an abortion, and he helpfully added that the risk of dying in childbirth was much, much greater. Then I had to sign some paperwork and wait 24 hours. Even in 1996, there was a 24-hour waiting period in Louisiana. The next day at my appointment, everything went fine. They gave me an IV, which put me to sleep. I remember a nurse waking me up and trying to put my underwear on, but I wouldn't get dressed until I knew I wasn't anymore. She reassured me that everything was okay, that it had been about the size of a grain of rice, and that it was gone. When I woke up from a nap later that afternoon, the nausea was gone, and so was the fear. I felt like normal and so deeply relieved. I remember mentioning my abortion to a few people at the time. I don't remember feeling embarrassed or ashamed. Mostly, I recall people not knowing how to respond at all. Awkward silences. An exception is someone I had just met a few weeks after my abortion, who is now one of my dearest friends. Right away, when we first met, I told her about my abortion, and she told me the essay that got her into college was about being both Catholic and choice. and we've been friends ever since. I have never regretted my abortion, not for a single minute. It was the right decision for me, and I would absolutely make it again.
Thank you for sharing your story, Nancy. If you would like to say one thing to the Supreme Court as they consider this case, what would you like to say to them?
I would ask them to consider how foundational access to abortion is for the human rights of women and everyone who seeks an abortion. I would also say that abortion really has the potential to let people live the lives that they want to live and to really make their lives
Great. Thank you, Nancy, and thanks for the work you are doing. Sadie, who's up next?
Right now, I'm delighted to welcome Kersha, who will be sharing her story.
Great. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here today. My name's Kersha, like Sadie said, and I am from a small town in Ohio. It's like your quintessential small town, high school football, cornfields. My little brother Jaden, I can remember when we were growing up, he had 2 goats named Dodge and Skittles. It's like literally a very, very, very small town. And growing up in this small town, we didn't have access to reproductive health care. There was no women's health clinic. There was no place that you could go to get abortion services right there in that small town without having to travel quite a distance. And so in 2005, when I went to the University of Cincinnati to start my undergrad career, I can remember my stepmom taking me to Planned Parenthood to get birth control for the first time. And we, pull up to Planned Parenthood, and outside stand all of these protesters. And I had never seen these folks before. I had never experienced something like this. So my initial thought was, where in the world did this woman take me to a place where, I was trying to get health care, and instead I was greeted with very unfriendly people on the outside who looked nothing like the women that were on the inside, predominantly women and predominantly women of color. And so I started getting, really involved in understanding what these protesters were actually doing. I started learning the difference between reproductive health, reproductive rights, and reproductive justice. And I almost became the spokesperson on my campus for people to come to ask about, Planned Parenthood services, to ask about birth control, and to ask about abortion. And so in 2009, I was about to graduate from the University of Cincinnati, and I had just got accepted into graduate school for a social work and public health degree, and I found out that I was pregnant. And it wasn't, the decision wasn't hard for me, but what was hard were the feelings of guilt and shame that I had, that came from the media, that came from my partner at the time, who told me that if I were to have an abortion, how selfish of a decision that was going to be. And thank God I had the family at Planned Parenthood. I had other volunteers and people who were on my side to tell me that was wrong. And I chose to have an abortion. And when I walked out of that Planned Parenthood Health Center for the first time in my life, I felt like I was the only one that got to make the decisions about my life and my body. And that I was the only person that had power over this temple, and that nobody, and especially not a man, was going to tell me what I couldn't do with my body. So I knew that this was the decision for me, and that decision has allowed me to go to graduate school, to work in this movement, and continue to, ask people to stand up and speak up for themselves when it comes to talking about abortion, and to really, shed this stigma. Thank you.
Thank you, Kersha.
That was great. So with all your experiences and your own story, what would you like the Supreme Court to know about this case?
Yeah, I think I would like the Supreme Court to know that this is not a privilege. Abortion should be a right for everybody. We don't know, what people's experiences, what their lived experiences have been, and we have to be able to understand people's lives as whole people, as whole lives, that we have so many different intersections that bring people to needing or to wanting to have an abortion.
Thank you. That was great.
Thank you, Kersha.
Thank you. And right now we're being joined by Amelia Bonow, founder of the ShoutYourAbortion hashtag. Amelia will be sharing social media updates throughout the day, but right now she'll start by telling her own story.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kersha. Thank you, everyone. This is incredible. I'm getting so into all these stories that I forgot that I was about to tell mine again, which it's interesting because although I've been talking about abortion incessantly for the last 4 months since Shout Your Abortion exploded in the way that it did online, I haven't talked about my own story in a certain amount of depth. And some of that is on principle because I just believe that oftentimes women feel like they must explain certain aspects of why they got pregnant or offer sort of just an extremely complicated narrative about why they made the choice that they did. And so I've never wanted to buffer the disclosure of my abortion by saying, I was being careful, I was only sleeping with one person, I really want to be a mom, but not right now. I want to finish graduate school. Most of those things are true for me, but that doesn't matter. And I think that it's really important that we recognize that and say that, you know, any reason is valid, and those reasons are no one's but yours to make. I will say about, and I completely just vibed with your story, Kersha, in that I really felt from you that you were coming from a place of gratitude for that community that you had access to at Planned Parenthood, and which you identified as being primarily women of color, which to me just affirms the importance of having that space. And walking through those protesters and knowing that on the inside you are getting to a place where you're going to receive compassionate, excellent medical care, which was my takeaway from my experience. And ultimately, that feeling of gratitude is why when I did look down at that pregnancy test and see those 2 blue lines, I just immediately knew that I was going to be okay. I knew that I was going to be okay because I live in Seattle, Washington. I live blocks away from a Planned Parenthood, and it's a Planned Parenthood that I've gone since before I even had sex. And as you said as well, it's the first place where I ever felt as though my body is my own to control, and you know, society does not always allow women to feel that way. So I immediately knew that I was going to be supported by the people at that clinic. I immediately knew that I was going to be supported by all of the community and the family in my life, my chosen family, and you know, my friends and my family. And I am so lucky. I'm so lucky to have that kind of, you know, not only those access to services, but just having that kind of support around me. But I don't want to feel so lucky, you know. So I went in to have an abortion, and I wasn't scared because I knew I had that support, and I didn't feel bad because I didn't want to be a mother, and it didn't hurt. You know, I've honestly had more alarming dental work done, and I never felt anything but just a profound sense of gratitude for having access to those services, for the work that abortion care providers do. But as I said, I don't want to feel lucky because ultimately any woman who does not have control over her fertility and is forced to procreate has lost her right to life. And I'm so glad to be a part of a day today where I think that we are all making ourselves clear that is how we feel, and that these stories are varied. They're all over the place. They are part of the range of human experiences that accompany sexuality, and so that's mine, you know? And it wasn't that big of a deal, which is interesting because it then became a really big deal, in part because it wasn't. You know what I mean?
Well, these are the stories and perspectives that our Supreme Court really needs to hear. Can you tell us all a little about how your Shout Your Abortion hashtag kind of blew up?
Yeah, totally. So the day after the House of Representatives voted to defund Planned Parenthood, I was in grad school for psychology at the time, and I was supposed to be writing a paper that day, but I just dissolved into emotions, and I was just so angry. Spent the day crying, and I just woke up the next day. Also, I'd been having conversations in my life around that time with people close to me about how we are you know, we are rabidly pro-choice women, and we are women who feel that the ideological underpinnings of abortion stigma is created to hold us down. But so many of us have not talked about our abortions. Like, what is up with that? And so I just woke up the day after, which was September 19th, and I just, on a whim, wrote a status update saying, you know, that I had had an abortion at Planned Parenthood, that I was incredibly grateful for that service, and that not only was I not ashamed, but that I realized that my own silence was in some way being leveraged by the opposition, and that I was not ready, I was no longer going to give them that power. And at that point, I texted my dear friend, feminist writer, and hero of the world, Lindy West. And I think that literally what I said was, I just told Facebook about my abortion, lols, sorry. And then she was like, I'm going to screenshot that and put it on Twitter. And she's got like 60-something thousand Twitter followers. That happened. She added the hashtag ShoutYourAbortion. And immediately there was just like a deluge of, like, people just were ready for this. It became a conduit for people to tell their stories on all different platforms of social media and in real life. And in Seattle, we really just sort of ran with the idea. Like I said, people were just ready. And I think people are ready now and continue to be. And so now we're developing an organization, which is incredibly exciting to me. We're working on locking down some grant money, and we're gonna go nationwide, and we're gonna work really hard to try to facilitate the same space for change in other cities that we have been able to in Seattle.
Great. Thank you so much, Amelia. Your work has really blown up and really shown, you know, the world online what is possible, and you've done incredible work, and we're so honored that you're going to be joining us throughout the whole day to sort of monitor the social media and keep us on track and see what's coming next. So,
well, thank you so much, and I have a really hard time accepting props from people like you who have been laying the groundwork for years and years, so I'm just honored to be here.
Great. So can you tell us just a little bit about how folks can join the conversation?
Yes, absolutely. So we would love to hear from you. In order to tell us your story, you can tell us what you would like to say to the Supreme Court as they make their decision in this case in Texas, or you can also tweet or share your story your abortion story via social media using the hashtag 1in3speaks. You can also share your story via text by texting SHARE to 877-877.
Thanks for that, Amelia. Right now, I'd like to take the opportunity to ask a few questions of my co-host so we can get to know her a little bit better. So can you just tell us, Sadie, how you got involved in the movement for reproductive freedom?
Well, I got involved in the movement because I was living in Austin, Texas in 2013 when the filibuster started. I had heard about it like on the internet, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll go down there and check it out. And that was the day Wendy Davis was filibustering. And so I actually, you know, it was the abortion storytelling that actually really got me into this movement, because Wendy Davis was there. She told her story, but she also told stories of other women who had sent her some like mail and stuff. And I was just so moved at how, sorry, let me gather my thoughts. It's just so like riveting and emotional. I'm just excited. It was just the abortion storytelling that made me realize that, wow, this is a thing that happens to everybody. And so HB2 is such a heinous law, and I really felt like I, as a young person who had, you know, the privilege to have time to become an activist, to do things like this. And so I've been keeping up with the repro justice movement. I became a volunteer with Planned Parenthood, and I started my own campus group down in South Texas, and I'm also helping out the organizations down there who were already laying the groundwork for repro justice in South Texas.
Thanks, Sadie. We are so honored to have you and a number of young student activists joining us today to sort of highlight the work that you're doing across the country.
And if you'd like to support me or the other students on campus across the nation, you can visit us at 1in3campaign.org. You can also donate, so you can go to 1in3campaign.org/donate. So yeah.
Thanks for all of your work, Sadie. All right, so who is up next? Can you tell us who's up next?
Up next, we have Candace here to share her story via Skype. Welcome, Candace. Whenever you want, you can just start your story.
Hi. So my story actually starts. I'm born in Texas, but like Amelia, grew up in, and I never really think about whether or not I was a choice because it's something that everybody was, but we never talked about it. However, I had moved to Texas during the summer of HB2, and I all of a sudden felt involved in a way I had never before. Faced with the realities of what a state of hospital to reproductive rights. So that I my husband and nurses they're waiting for 10 hours chance to speak. And like everyone else in Texas, I was devastated when it passed. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to continue to be involved in a way that's bigger than what I'd been before.
Hi, sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. We're having some technological difficulties. We're going to work on that, and we're going to come right back to you. So sorry to interrupt you, and we'll come right back. Thanks again. All right, our next story comes from artist Favianna Rodriguez, who created this amazing piece to share about her abortion story. Go ahead.
My name is Favianna Rodriguez, and I'm an artist and an activist. My parents are immigrants, and I was their firstborn, and they invested everything they could into me. They put me in after-school math and science classes, after-school tutorial, bilingual programs, but my parents never taught me how to have a relationship, and they never talked to me about what kind of things I liked in people or what would attract me. It was almost like this big enigma. So many times as I was growing up, I had to perform for people, and that was the way that I got attention. And with my parents, I had to perform as the exceptional student and be all about math and science and be an overachiever. And with young men, I had to perform as kind of the sexy girl in order to get the kind of attention I wanted from them. And then when I finally had a chance at kind of being myself and really following what I wanted to do, which was to be an artist, right around that time is when I got pregnant. And I had told my lover that I was pregnant, and within a few days, he was on a plane to Chicago. And I was just in disbelief that he wouldn't answer my calls, that I couldn't find him, that he literally had disappeared. And so I had to have the abortion on my own. I had to find someone to drive me. I didn't tell my parents, and I had my abortion, and I didn't have regrets at all. In fact, I felt a sense of relief. And it taught me that, number one, I hadn't developed the tools to really assess who I was sleeping with or what to ask for or even how to negotiate what I wanted, but I also didn't have the lens to make decisions. I really thought this person was gonna be there for me, and when they weren't, it was like, wow. And here I am excelling at all aspects of my life. I'm, doing amazing art. I'm building websites. I'm, getting straight A's in my class. I'm being an exceptional person, and yet my love life is just in shambles. The reason I came out about my abortion was because in 2012, during the onslaught of anti-abortion laws, I realized that silence was costing us political power, and that everyone here saw a talented, empowered, young Latina woman, and if they only knew my abortion story, they would realize that behind all of these ways that we perform our excellence, there's also a lot of suffering that we don't talk about. And that actually we need to cast light on that, because when you have that suffering in the shadows and you feel isolated about everything from sex to abortion to love, then you can't really have a revolution. You can't transform that if you're in the darkness. And so I decided to come out. I didn't come out to my parents until just a few months ago. And it was empowering because I realized that the thing that I could do to change the way people perceive abortion is to share my story.
Thank you, Favianna, for sharing your story with our audience in the Supreme Court. Joining us now is Dana. Dana, can you tell us your story?
Sure. In the summer of 2009, my husband and I were so excited. We were expecting our second baby. We had a 2.5-year-old son, and we were 7.5 months pregnant when we went in for a routine sonogram. During that sonogram, the doctors noticed a slight elevation in the ventricles of our baby's brain, and they sent us on for further testing. So 2 weeks later, I was sent for an MRI where we actually had pictures taken through my belly of our baby's brain to see what was going on. We had been sent expecting there really not to be anything there. There were some concerns with my son that turned out to be nothing, not related to this issue at all. And when we saw the MRI images, we didn't have to be a specialist to know that something was gravely wrong. The baby was missing, she was missing parts of her brain. There were other areas that were significantly malformed and underdeveloped. And basically what we saw and what we were told and what we know to be true is that our daughter was not going to be compatible with life. We were stunned, devastated, and heartbroken. And we asked lots of questions. We met with many, many different doctors, and the bottom line was our daughter was going to die one way or another. And we had a choice that we could make. We could either give birth to her and watch her seize to death, have a resuscitation order put in place that would keep her, I won't even say alive, would have kept her being, but not living. She was incapable of, would have been incapable of swallowing, sucking, breathing, eating, feeding, anything without significant medical intervention, and that she would have had seizures 70% of the time, and she would have had absolutely no quality of life. So my husband and I came to a decision actually quite quickly. We were so grateful that we could make the choice of abortion. We were so thankful that we actually could get quality care. What we were also stunned by was that we'd have to travel across the country. I live in Maryland. We had to go to Colorado to the only doctor at the time that was performing late-term abortions because our diagnosis came 6 weeks after Dr. Tiller had been murdered. We had to travel on our own dime. We didn't really have $17,500, which is what the abortion cost readily available or available at all. We had to pay airfare on top of that. Wasn't a planned vacation or trip. And when we got to Colorado, we were so heartbroken and so devastated, but we were confident in our decision. We were grateful that we could say goodbye to our daughter the way that we felt was the best for her, for our family, and for our son. And you know, my story is one that is with me. It's part of my family cloth. I really am so grateful that we could get the care that we received so that we could go on to have, and we do have, 2 more beautiful, amazing children that we wouldn't have had if we couldn't have had the care. We also wouldn't have had, because I don't believe our marriage would have survived being forced to make a decision that wasn't right for us. And we have a son who he knows about his sister that isn't with us, and he is the same loving, trusting, happy, outgoing little boy because we have a solid family foundation that I know would not exist had we been forced to make a choice that we did not want to do.
Thank you. These are the stories we need to hear, and so does the Supreme Court. Thank you for sharing your story. It was really beautiful. Julia, would you like to introduce our next guest?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I'm happy to be able to share this pre-recorded message from Dr. Jamila Perritt, an OB/GYN and abortion provider.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jamila Perritt, and I'm an OB/GYN. As an OBGYN, I see firsthand the impact that pregnancies, both planned and unplanned, have on the lives of women and their families. I'm not an epidemiologist or a statistician. I'm not a politician or a legislator. I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist. And I take care of women. I take care of real women every day who are forced to choose between buying safe and affordable birth control and buying food for their families or books for school. I take care of real women who deserve the chance, the choice to control their own lives. I thought a lot about that word choice when I was considering what to say today. And not the word choice in the way that's become so familiar to many of us who do reproductive health work every day, but really focusing on who gets to choose and who doesn't. The chance, the opportunity, the power to choose is a privilege in this country, and it's not one afforded to all of us equally. In my office, I understand that all choices are not experienced equally, and they are not all judged equally. But I also understand that this privilege of choice should not be a privilege, but should be a right. The choice to control your own body, your own fertility. It should not be shrouded in secrecy and veiled in shame. It should not be debated in the halls of Congress and manipulated for political gain. Abortion has become an inflammatory wedge issue that's being used to distract and detract from real issues like building strong families, economic and educational attainment, and health. 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in her lifetime. Think about that. These are not some unreputable women living in the shadows. These are our mothers, our sisters, our friends. These are our patients, my patients. And as an obstetrician and gynecologist, I believe that I have a moral imperative to help my patients move through this decision-making process with dignity and grace, and not to shame or condemn them. And I will continue to provide the comprehensive health care that my patients need and deserve. And sometimes, yes, sometimes that includes abortion. I wanted to speak to you today to share the stories of the women whose lives I share in my office every day. It is a privilege for me to share their stories, because in sharing their story, I share my own. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Perritt, and thank you so much for the work you do. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 1 in 3 Speakout. In a few short months, the Supreme Court will decide on the most important abortion rights case in 2 decades. They will rule on whether or not the insidious law that closed most abortion clinics in Texas violates the right to an abortion. 45 reproductive health organizations filed briefs urging the Supreme Court to once again uphold a woman's constitutional right to access safe and legal abortion services. Advocates for Youth was proud to be one of them, submitting a unique brief compiled entirely of women's real abortion stories from the 1 in 3 campaign. And now we're continuing our People's Brief. We are addressing the Supreme Court directly and demanding that they listen to our stories. As many of you know, here in the United States, 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in her lifetime. Despite the fact that abortion is very common, we very rarely talk about our decisions to end a pregnancy. For too long, conversations around abortion have been dominated by politicians and anti-choice activists who use shame and stigma as a tool to silence people and to advance legislation that limits access to abortion services. Today, we are asking the court to listen to a different conversation, one that is grounded on the lived experiences of real people, one that works towards building community rather than isolation, compassion rather than shame, a conversation that recognizes that the access to abortion and the ability to plan when and if you carry a pregnancy to term is crucial to the ability to protect not only your own future, but that of your family, and which honors everyone's right to dignity and autonomy. I'm privileged to be one of the hosts for this historical event. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you to the people who will be sharing their personal stories with us. In the first hour of our Speakout, we heard from Amy Hagstrom Miller, the founder of Whole Women's Health, the clinic that is at the center of this Supreme Court case. We heard from Dr. Perritt sharing her point of view as an abortion provider. And now we're going to be speaking to many other abortion providers today. All of us have a role in shattering the stigma and ensuring that we have access to safe and legal abortion care. You can join the conversation today, tell us your story, or tell us what you'd like the Supreme Court to know as they make their decision in this historic case. Throughout the day, we'll be sharing stories and comments from the hashtag 1in3Speaks. You can also share your story by texting SHARE to 877-877. Together, we can all make sure the Supreme Court knows that real people are at the center of this decision about access to abortion care. And if you're watching today and you'd like to support the work of the 1in3 campaign, please visit www.onein3campaign.org/donate. I'm joined this hour by my co-host Miriam Young. Miriam is the Executive Director of the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum. Welcome, Miriam.
Thank you.
I'm glad. Are you glad to be here?
I'm glad to be here.
Okay.
It's an awesome hour. You've been doing great.
I'm excited. I love this.
Awesome.
So we would also like to introduce our first Skype guest. Or do you want to do that? I've been doing it all. You can do it.
Awesome. This is my first shot at it, so I'm going to follow your good example. Right now, we're going to be joined by Kathleen Bedoya, one of the creators of the hit Hulu show East Los High. Kathleen, welcome to the Speak Out, and thank you for joining us today.
It's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me. This is an amazing campaign. I'm really glad to be here.
Kathleen, I've had a chance to watch a little bit of the show. I don't know if everyone else watching us has. Can you tell us a little bit about the show?
Yes, East Los High is a dramatic original television series that's airing on Hulu. And we're heading into our 4th season. And it focuses on the lives of young Latinos growing up in East Los High, in East LA, California. And in the show, we take a deep dive into real life situations that youth in inner city schools and are experiencing. And one of the main objectives is to address sexual health and reproductive justice issues that are impacting the Latino community.
It's incredible. And for folks who haven't watched it, it's really, really hot. So we're about to show a clip from the show where 2 characters talk about abortion. Can you set up the clip for us?
Sure. The clip you're going to see is one of my favorite scenes so far, because it was such an important conversation that is really being had, especially with characters like our characters. One of the main protagonists, her name is Jessie. She's 16. She's pregnant. For the first time, she has unprotected sex. She gets pregnant. And she decides to marry her boyfriend. So on her wedding day, she is having a lot of serious doubts about some of the decisions that she's making. And she's really in a very difficult situation and a conflicted state. And so she asked for the advice of her trusted aunt, Favianna, who also grew up in East LA, but has since then moved on and created a really great career for herself. So that's pretty much what happens right before.
How old were you when you got pregnant?
I was around your age. I struggled with my decision.
Did your parents know?
No, it was my decision. Besides, your grandmother was so religious that I knew she would think it was wrong.
But you didn't think it was wrong?
No, I didn't. And I still don't. It's not to say it was easy.
What was the hardest part?
I just wondered if there was a spirit that was getting ready to come and be with me. And I had to tell that spirit to wait. that was hard. But at the same time, and I was happy too, because there's something that I can look forward to in the future.
Did you ever regret it?
No. It was difficult, but it was the right thing for me.
Wow, that was such an amazing, powerful scene. Can you tell me why you felt this conversation was necessary for the show?
Well, if anytime we thought that anytime you're going to discuss sexual health with young people, we need to discuss all the different options. And what we try to do on the show is present options without judgment or morality or politics, just information, so that teenagers can make the best decisions for themselves, and that they have the right to do that. And that acts, and then on top of that, we provide all the resources of places where they can go to for more information, before and after terminating a pregnancy, decisions to make. In the show, we discussed all the different options for Jessie with doctors. She goes to a clinic, she talks to people, and the reason we think that's so important is because nobody's talking to them. There's so few people that are talking to them with the right information and without morality and judgment, and we just thought that this was a great space to be able to inform teenagers, and then they could make whatever decision they want to. And also, particularly as it relates to Latinos, we do a lot of research in every topic that we discuss on the show, and we found that there's a lot of support for all different options. When it comes to pregnancy, it's not what people think, that religion reigns so heavily. A lot of Latinas and Latinos support the decision to have an abortion, and we wanted kids to know where to go to do it safely. What happens emotionally? Where can you seek help in all different ways? And so that's why we thought it was a space to do it, because there's no other outlets really for some of these youth to find out this information.
Well, right on. You're doing incredible work, and thank you for including this important conversation in your work. For folks who haven't watched, Hulu is the place to see it. So thank you, Kathleen, for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now I'm really happy to share this pre-recorded message from Renee Bracey Sherman.
My name is Renee Bracey Sherman. When I was 19, I had an abortion. I am one of the 1 in 3. I want the Supreme Court to hear my voice. I want you to know that my abortion was the best decision of my life. When I was 19, I was not ready to become a parent. I knew that the best decision for myself, my future family, and my life was to have an abortion. I was in a relationship where it was just toxic. My partner wasn't respectful of me, and we decided that it was time to break up and that abortion was the best decision for us. I wasn't doing very well in school, and after my abortion, I was able to recommit myself to school and to my life. And today, I graduated from undergrad. I have a master's degree from Cornell University, and I'm able to dedicate my life to supporting young people and low-income families and everyone to make the best decisions for whatever it is that they need. Everyone deserves the right to decide when, how, and if they become a parent. We must protect the right to access safe, legal, and affordable abortions. Everyone has the right to decide what to do with their body. Can you hear me, Supreme Court? I don't regret my abortion. I'm happy about it. It was the best decision of my life. And 10 years later, I would do it again. I'm happy.
Thank you for sharing that, Renee. Right now, I'd like to welcome our next guest, Dr. Sara Imershein, who is an OBGYN at sorry, let me double check this.
Falls Church Health Center.
Falls Church Health Center. Sorry, just a lot of notes today. So, how are you, Dr. Sara?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to come here and talk with you all today.
Thank you, and it's great that you're here. So as an OBGYN, you've chosen to help women in need of abortion care. So why are you personally so committed to being an abortion provider?
That's an important question that's easy to answer for me. I've been in women's health now for over 30 years, and I've been helping women in all areas of their lives, all times of their lives. And at the end of my career, in the last 10 years or so, I have increased my interest in abortion provision, mostly because it is the one area where I can really give back women their lives, where every patient walks out feeling relieved, every woman has control again, every woman can decide for herself what's important. And for me, that's an easy procedure to provide, and so many women benefit from it.
Great. It sounds like you have a large, diverse patient base, I guess. Can you tell us some of the common barriers that these women have told you about while they're seeking abortion care?
Well, the face of abortion is the face of America. Women of all different backgrounds have abortions. Women are proportionate to their in the population in terms of religion, all different backgrounds. And most women do have to find some barriers that they have to overcome to seek abortion care. And from the day you make an appointment until you actually see the doctor, you've already taken time to think. So we don't need any barriers in terms of waiting. And for working women and for poor women, those waiting times are very, very important because they cost a lot of money, they cost a lot of time, childcare issues become important. We also don't need the government telling us what kind of regulations we need. We need medical associations who can change and update the standards of care regularly, controlling these issues. And in fact, why Women's Care Center is just drawn out separately from all other medical care is only a reflection of a group of old men making decisions about young women who are well enough equipped to make their decisions themselves. Yes, mostly old white men making decisions for all of us when we know best, we know what to do.
And what would you like the Supreme Court to know for their next case?
Well, I would like to uphold every aspect of Roe in terms of privacy, but I'd also like to recognize that that some of these laws are only aimed at women, that we don't have equal protection unless we only have laws that pertain to the whole population. These aren't laws that have anything to do with health or safety. They represent undue burden to the women who are seeking medical care.
Thank you so much, and it's great to have an abortion provider's perspective on an issue of abortion, which is exactly like you said.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
And now we're being joined by Amelia Bonow, again, founder of #ShoutYourAbortion on Twitter, who will be updating us on what's going on in our social media.
Hello, we're hearing from a lot of people who have had abortions today, a lot of providers and other people who are working to make this world safer for people who make that choice. So let's see what's going on social media right now. We're hearing from Feminist MD, who says, "This is not a privilege. Abortion should be a right for everybody," which Kersha spoke to that earlier. And I think that that's so important. It's such an important reframe. Why have we, this concept of gratitude keeps emerging. Gratitude for folks like yourself who have been in this field because of compassion ultimately. But I'm sick of being thankful for a basic human right. I'm no longer thankful that I'm able to vote. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be thankful anymore that I don't have to become a mother. And I don't want folks like you to have to deal with a cultural environment that's so hostile towards people receiving receiving medical care that they are not, it's just, let's stop having to lean on gratitude so much. Let's change the culture. you know?
It's likely this afternoon when I go to work in Virginia, I will walk through a gauntlet of protesters.
Well, yeah.
And the patients, more important than me, they will have to go through the walk of shame. These people who really shame them and don't help them and force them to delay their pregnancies longer and at risk because they're fearful and the stigma that is associated with it, seeking abortion care.
I'm sure that you have seen stigma, take lives. So thank you for continuing to do this work in the face of that. I want to look at this other tweet from Tanis. I didn't decide to have an abortion because there was never a question. I identify with that so much. 1 in 3 speaks, shout your abortion. I think that this is also a really good point because we're often taught that, or we just, I think, sort of learn as women and as, people who have uteruses or might choose abortion at some point, that abortion should be an agonizing decision for every individual unless you are a bad person, right? Clearly, that's not the people that you see in your clinic always, is it?
No, many people know right away that this is the wrong time, or they have other children to take care of, elderly parents to take care of. They don't have enough money to parent the way they want to be good parents, or they want to finish school so that they can be better parents and have children when they're older and better prepared. No, for many people it is a quick decision, although it doesn't mean that it is without depth or certainty or appreciation that it's a decision that will change their lives, and for most of these women, for the better.
Right, because as we know, as I'm certain that you know, the most commonly reported emotional experience that is correlated with abortion is relief.
Relief.
Right?
Relief.
Also not a common, not a part of the dominant cultural script, and one that we are challenging right here today, as we hear from so many women who have so much gratitude for folks like yourself, who were so relieved to not have defaulted into parenthood because they weren't ready, or maybe they didn't ever want to be parents, That does not make you a bad woman, by the way. So I think that that's our social media update for this hour. But I look forward to seeing you all again soon. And don't forget to tweet your stories if you are ready, hashtag 1 in 3 speaks. And if you haven't had an abortion, but you want to talk to us about what you would tell the Supreme Court, please do that as well. You can also share your story via text by texting SHARE to 877-877.
Thank you, Amelia. And keep sharing your stories and what you would say to the Supreme Court, just as she said. And
now, sadly, we're going to say goodbye to Sadie, my awesome co-host. Thanks for all the work that you do.
It was really awesome to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadie.
Right now, I'm happy to share a pre-recorded message from my friend Louise Melling, the Deputy Legal Director for the ACLU.
Hi, I'm Louise Melling, and I'm a Deputy Legal Director at the ACLU. I've never had an abortion, but I've spent my entire legal career fighting to protect and expand access to abortion. I do that for lots of reasons. Most important, I do that because abortion is about women, it's about our dreams, it's about our needs, and it's about our lives. And I think that what the law says about abortion says a lot about how we think about women. When I go forward in doing this for 20 years, and it's just not always been easy, as you might know just from reading the papers, I'm doing it in part because I'm carrying the dreams of my mother, and I'm carrying my own dreams. My mother was born when women couldn't vote. When my mother went to college, which was just an incredible privilege for a woman of her time, many colleges closed their doors to women. When my mother was growing up, married women couldn't even necessarily get credit in their own names. And throughout all her years, all her childbearing years, there was no access to legal abortion. My mother had studied drafting, she'd studied economics, she'd studied art. She'd had this good fortune to go to college. She dreamed of using that. She dreamed of learning more. She dreamed of working outside the home. She dreamed of having children. She had children, and she had a number of pregnancies that weren't planned. she had pregnancies where she didn't imagine she would have those, and so she didn't imagine having kids at home from the time she was 27 until she was 60. She'd had a really severe episode of postpartum depression. She hadn't wanted to have children after that. When I look back, I think about what she saw, I think about the changes she saw in women's lives, and I think about things she said to me. She talked often about her mother, whom she loved, and she talked about what her mother said to her. It's a man's world, and the sooner you accept that, the happier you'll be. And my mother always said, I never accepted that. And she wanted different. She wanted different for me. She wanted different for other women. She wanted us, every woman, to be able to go to school. She wanted us to be able to have jobs that men had. She didn't want us to be shut out because we were women. She wanted us to be able to have children. She wanted us to be able to have love. She wanted us to be able not to have children. She wanted women to have opportunity. She wanted women to be able to do what men did, and she wanted better for men. My father was the son of a bricklayer. It was important to my father that he prove that he could care for his family. That meant that he didn't want my mother to work. She didn't want him locked. She didn't want her locked. I'm here because I care. I'm here because I want better. I want better for men and women. I want better for my nieces and nephews. I want better for my grandniece, my grandnephews. I want us to resist all the messages that tell us we're locked in. I want us to resist those laws that say we're supposed to be mothers. I want us to resist those laws that say we're too stupid to choose, too stupid not to have to go through a waiting period. I want different, I want more, I want better. I want the states, the state legislatures, Congress, and the courts to hear us. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Louise. Now I'd like to welcome my new co-host, Brianna, a student at Harvard University and an activist with the 1 in 3 campaign. Welcome, Brianna.
Hi, Miriam. It's really great to be here. It's such an honor to be surrounded by people sharing their stories today, and especially sharing their stories in a safe environment with other people who are around to support and amplify the voices of women who have had these experiences and want to make them known to people in power.
Right on. Being a host is really fun. We get to introduce people.
I'm very excited.
Who's joining us now?
So now I'm happy to introduce Christine, who's joining us via Skype to share her story. Welcome, Christine. Tell us your story whenever you're ready.
Hi. Thank you very much for having me. I kind of started my story when I was 18, 2001. I was very sure I was not a parental figure, or the kind that would make a good parental figure. Come from a violent background. My husband and I were both very sure that we were not ready for children, especially they. We had lots planned. Unfortunately, we had a control mishap, which happened by and at the time we lived in Arizona, so we got caught up in the all the rules and the restrictions that apply in that state. So we set lines for abortion.
Christine, I'm so sorry. We're having a lot of difficulty with that feed, but we're going to get right back to you after we reset it and reinitiate it. So just be on hold for us for a minute. And in the meantime, I want to introduce our next guest, Miriam. I'm Miriam. You're Miriam. This is Brianna. Thank you for coming here and sharing your important words with the Supreme Court during our People's Brief.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. As the host, Brianna and Miriam said, my name is Mariam, and as background, I am originally from Texas, born and raised to both Latino and Middle Eastern parents. I was fortunate enough to go to Harvard, majored in neurobiology, but my passion laid in ensuring that others had the same opportunities as me. So after college, I went to rural Kenya to work on education and health programs. And while in Kenya, I was dating a guy who was also there working on similar programs, and the condom broke. And the morning after pill didn't work. And being in rural Kenya, there was limited access to pregnancy tests. So I had to have a friend go to a nearby town, nearby several hours away, and bring a few pregnancy tests back. And I took one night, it came out positive, and I didn't believe it. I took 2 more the next morning, same thing, and I didn't believe it, because I thought I had taken sufficient precautions to prevent an unintended pregnancy. So then I went to a doctor, the doctor's several hours away in that town, and he told me I was pregnant, and I finally believed it. And I knew at that moment I couldn't raise a child. I was not ready to have the children that I wanted to have in the situation, give them the life that they deserved. And I knew I was going to have an abortion. So I traveled back to my side of rural Kenya, and I spoke to Planned Parenthood at night. Over the phone, they gave me my options, they gave me information, and I scheduled an appointment. I left Kenya on my pre-scheduled departure day, and I was leaving a country, Kenya, where abortion is illegal, to a country, the United States, where abortion is legal to a certain extent. But because I was getting a medical abortion and I was going to be arriving in Texas just under the deadline that would allow me to obtain a medical abortion, I had to deal with the 24-hour waiting period, this ridiculous regulation in Texas, and the mandated counseling in the London airport over the course of a layover. I found a corner, I spoke on the phone, and the provider had to tell me essentially some of these lies about, for example, the likelihood of breast cancer increases if I were to get an abortion, when we've seen several studies refute that fact. Even scientific societies like the American Cancer Society say that that's invalid. And I had to sit there listening to this, even though I had spent sufficient time going through the information myself and making the decision that I needed to for my body and for my life and for my future children. So I finally arrived in Texas. I went to Planned Parenthood, and I received the pills for the medical abortion. I share my story for 3 reasons. The first is, I never thought I would get pregnant like that. I used condoms. I took the morning after pill, and yet I still got pregnant. These things happen, and I feel very lucky that I have the opportunity to be able to have access to abortions for me and for others when these things accidentally happen. The second reason is that I never thought I would have an abortion. I was pro-choice, but I thought that if I had a pregnancy, I would keep it. But I realized you don't know until you see those positive tests what you're going to do. And I think this country is lacking a sense of empathy because they're not able to put themselves in women's shoes. And I exhibited that lack of empathy when I was so sure that I knew what I would do in this situation. And the third reason I share my story is to break this stigma, because this stigma prevented me from knowing another woman who had an abortion when I wanted to speak to another woman about her experiences. And this stigma silenced me for several years. And this stigma is the thing that's going to lead our country back to the harder and more unforgiving and less understanding the country we used to be. And I won't stand for that. And none of the women here at this event will stand for that either, because instead of this stigma silencing us, we're here to silence the stigma.
Right on.
Amazing.
Amazing, powerful story. I'm dying to know if Judge Scalia were sitting right here listening to you, what message you got for him?
So my story is one of the stories in the Advocates for Youth Amicus brief, and I shared that because it's important for the Supreme Court to know the implications of their decisions on the daily lives of women. They're going to have to determine whether these regulations inflict an undue burden on women, and they're only going to find that out when they see these obstacles that women encounter when they're accessing their legal right to abortion. It's quite clear. And it's a facade that these regulations are out there to promote women's health, that those that support the restrictions insist. And there's no rigorous scientific evidence that shows that these regulations should be in place when we know abortions are a very safe procedure. And to be honest, I would lose faith if the highest court in our country this court that has individuals who are supposed to represent some of the best of us feed into the lies and accept these laws and prevent women from accessing what was already deemed within their legal rights. I would lose faith if the court decided to accept these laws that will end up having negative impacts on American women and their families every day.
Don't lose faith.
I'm trying not
We
to.
won't know what happens, but we'll organize regardless.
That
Thanks
sounds
for
good.
being with us today.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you so much. And now I'd like to take a minute to chat with my co-host. So Miriam, I'm so happy to be joining you on set today. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your work with NAPOF.
Yeah, so thanks for asking. NAPOF, the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum. We are the nation's only national organization working with, organizing, and representing the hopes, dreams, and needs of Asian American Pacific Islander women and girls. There are over 9 million AAPI women and girls in this country. And unfortunately, not many people know about us, and not many people know about some of the challenges that exist in our community. So NAPOF is all about making sure the voices of Asian American Pacific Islander women and girls are heard and amplified, that we're developing leaders, and that policymakers are writing laws that can impact us in positive ways rather than setting up some more barriers for us.
That sounds like absolutely amazing work. Can you tell us a little bit more about the specific challenges and barriers facing Asian American and Pacific Islander women living in the United States around reproductive health care access specifically?
Yeah, I think there are many. One of the most basic ones is that even though there are so many of us and our community is so rich and diverse in terms of ethnicity and in terms of where we live, in terms of languages we speak, one of the predominant things that gets told about our community is that we're the model minority. So this model minority myth that makes people look at every Asian and assume that they're well off, that they have no problems, that they're rich, has been a huge barrier, because the reality is Asian Americans are the fastest growing demographic of poor in this country. And the other reality is that 2/3 of Asian Americans are foreign born. And while many of us speak English, when it comes to sensitive or personal issues or important issues, many of us might prefer to actually speak in our native tongue. And our community speaks over 100 different languages. So accessing reproductive health care and finding a provider who can speak your language is really important and also really difficult. You know, it's particularly important to point out that HB2, right, the subject of the SCOTUS case that we're here to talk about somewhat, Texas is the 3rd largest state with Asian Americans. There are over 1.5 million Asian Americans living in Texas. And they're not all in Houston. A good many are in Houston. But many of us are spreading out, you know, moving into this great country and living in different parts. And the isolation that can be experienced by an immigrant woman, particularly an immigrant Asian woman, who already people assume have no problems or are invisible, this case and this law has extreme impact on the people in my community who might already be on the margins. And there aren't enough culturally competent care service providers without even, you know, needing to drive hundreds and hundreds of miles to find something. So we're here to make sure that we have a positive outcome on this case. And even if we don't, I think this is such a huge opportunity to organize our communities for women to speak out, to tell their stories, and also to resist all these deceptive laws that are being passed, to resist the sneaky ways our rights are being taken away from us. In particular, one issue that we've been working on a lot, and I don't know if you know about that well, they've been trying to pass these anti-abortion laws by using racism and sexism. And so NAPOF is one of the leads on a campaign against deceptive race-selective or sex-selective abortion bans. So essentially, they tell women of color that we don't know how to make our own decisions, or that they particularly tell Asian women that they don't care about baby girls, you know, so importing lies from other countries. Therefore, this country has to start banning so-called sex-selective abortion bans. which is really false. And data shows that Asian Americans actually tend to have more baby girls than white Americans if you take things on average, and it's all a ruse, right? It's all a disguise to try to roll back our rights. So NAPOF has been really proud to be one of the lead architects of resistance against racist, sexist laws like these sex-selective abortion bans.
Wow. That sounds like some really amazing advocacy and activism, and thank you so much for doing the work that you do. Will you introduce our next guest?
I would be happy to. Joining us by Skype is Dr. Kumar, who is an abortion provider in Texas with Whole Women's Health. Dr. Kumar, are you with us?
Hi, Miriam. Thanks for having me.
Hey, it's working and we can hear you. So,
awesome.
Can you tell us about some of the stigma you face as a provider and why you continue to do this work despite that stigma?
Sure. So I would say that abortion providers definitely face stigma, especially in places like Texas, where I currently work. Unfortunately, my patients also deal with a ton of stigma. And the reason I do the work is because of the stories my patients share with me. It's usually these stories that drive my determination to provide abortion care in places like Texas, where I grew up and know so well. I'll also say that while I and many other providers face stigma in the work we do, I've chosen to focus on the privilege that I have and to use that privilege to be part of the movement that's trying to break down the stigma around abortion care. It seems like the opposition has really tried to depict abortion providers as second-grade physicians and abortion clinics as sort of scary places. But I think by speaking out about who I am and the work I do, it helps to show that abortion providers are regular people who care about their patients and most other doctors to help. We're passionate providers and we're driven by the morality.
That's great. And can you tell us, and it's so awesome that you came on because I was just talking about Asian Americans in Texas, and here you are, a living example of one online with us today. But Dr. Kumar, can you also tell us, what do you believe is at stake in this case?
Well, I'm not a lawyer or an expert on the Supreme Court, but I can say as a doctor providing abortion care here in Texas, I've seen some of the consequences of what happens when sham laws like this shut down access to safe abortion clinics. My patients are having to wait up to 3 weeks in some clinics to get an appointment because more than half the abortion clinics in Texas have closed over the past 2 years since the law went into effect. Some studies recently have shown that more women in Texas are inducing their own abortion. And the scene here in Texas is beginning to sound a lot like sort of pre-Roe days. I think what's at stake here is really the freedom and ability to choose what happens to your body, especially for low-income women and women of color. And I'm hoping that the decision will be favorable for my patients and women in Texas, as well as other women throughout the country. But I think what's at stake is bodily autonomy.
Right on. Thank you so much for joining us and for all the work that you do, Dr. Kumar.
And happy birthday as well.
Hey!
Yeah. So it looks like we are going to be rejoined on the phone now by Christine. Christine, hello and welcome. Feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you. Well, first, I'm really glad you guys are doing this. This is, I think, essential and definitely overdue, considering it's 2016, and here we are having to talk about this subject as it's up for review in our country. So, honestly, long story short, my ex-husband and I now, we already have had our son. We missed our time limits and all that stuff, so we ended up being 19-year-old parents. And this was in 2003 when he was finally born. My husband at the time went off to the military, so I was 20 at home with the baby. And that was a new experience, considering I was the one that had the ship-out date for the Air Force. But when I became pregnant, that was obviously not something that was going to happen. So a lot of different decisions were made. My husband at the time ended up going on to the military and then on to college. our son is 12 going on 13, and I'm still working on my degree. It hasn't quite come to fruition yet, but having a child is a full-time thing, so that's what we're doing. In 2008, we had a birth control fail. I'm not even sure what happens when it fails. We were on a daily birth control pill, and then suddenly I was pregnant. So whatever happened, we're calling it a birth control fail. And then here we are facing this decision again. At least, though, at the time, we weren't 19 and completely clueless and terrified. So this time, it wasn't even a question. We looked at each other and went, well, we're still trying to raise the one we have. We're still trying to go to college, and we're still trying to achieve these things. And I don't think this is a good time to even consider this subject. And that was literally all it took for the two of us to decide, okay, we're going to go do this. And it was I'm not going to say it was a painless process. Obviously, there's physical discomfort, but the process of going in, making the appointment, this time we were within our deadlines, that made it easier. And then when we went to the facility, all the people that worked in the facility were so good. There was no awkwardness. There was no whatever it is the media might portray, whatever anything negative that gives this idea that abortion is something that we're all so devastated to have done, and the conversation that leads up to it is just soul sapping and it's horrific, or it's honestly more realistically two people or one person going, I'm not ready for this. This is not a good time for this. I'm going to make that appointment. And rock on to those of us that have to make that decision. So I'm not quite sure what else to say other than I think that this is a subject that's very strange and taboo, but for no real, tangible, understandable reason, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm glad that I'm having the chance to speak, because I do want people to know that I'm a totally normal person in a just totally normal world in which the timing was not okay. It was just not right. And we weren't confident in our ability to care for a second child when we were still struggling to care for ourselves and our first. And that was literally it. That was all it took for us. And the process in itself was guided by incredible staff and really good clinicians who were patient with us and who took us through everything step by step and never once made me feel like this was a horrible thing I was doing. It was simply like it could have been going to get my annual pap smear done. It was such a normal part of healthcare that it's not something that either one of us, even to this day, dwell on or talk about or think about every day. It wasn't one of those situations where we were devastated or where it hurt us to do this, because we felt, we came first. Our relationship came first. Our son came first. We were still trying to reach other goals, and that was it. So, yeah.
The Supreme Court, as they decide this historic case, what would you want them to know?
I want them to know that I don't know what might be in their head at this point. I mean, they've all been there a long time, and these are not, I would think that they're not arguments they've not heard before. I want to think that they've done their research and that they've talked to women and that they know that we're people. This is not something that needs to go outside of me and my doctor. I'm not sure why it should. And I would like them to remember our voices, remember our faces as we tell them, hey, this is what it was like for us. And sometimes we were thwarted in our abilities to achieve our basic health care, but at the same time, when it does happen and we're not thwarted and we go through with it, we're not devastated. I'm not hurting. I'm not terrified. I'm not sad. I'm still smiling, and I just want them to know that and keep that image in their head. We're all still smiling.
Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you sharing your story with us today. Miriam?
Thank you so much for doing this. You guys are rock stars.
Thank you so much. Miriam, who's next?
Right now, I'd like to welcome Ann Hopkins, who will join us via Skype. Welcome, Ann. Tell us your story.
In 1965, I was a 18-year-old sophomore at Santa Barbara and had a responsible, steady board. I was the worst expert on my life. I wasn't mature enough for marriage, let alone rearing a child alone and supporting him or her without a college degree. I suspected I was pregnant. No simple kits at the drugstore for us gals back then. So 2 trips to a doctor's office later, I learned that yes, I was pregnant. I resolved to terminate the pregnancy, even at the risk of dying. And I'd heard all the stories. Within a week or so, my boyfriend and I drove to a bar in Tijuana, Mexico. A man came to collect what would be $2,200 in today's money and take me to a secret location. When my boyfriend was told he could not come with me, my apprehension turned to fear. So now there I am, alone in Mexico, with 2 strange men, and nobody who cares about me knows where I am. In the car, the only thing I remember seeing was gated white hacienda in an affluent neighborhood. Before that, I think I may have been blindfolded. I don't remember for sure. But inside the hacienda, I saw a busy, sterile-looking operation. And let me tell you, white can be a very reassuring color. The actual abortion was brief, with little pain, and seemed medically sound to me. I was driven back to the bar. In the following weeks, I had no complications and did not pursue follow-up care. I was one of the lucky ones. Had my boyfriend not been able to arrange for the illegal abortion, I'm sure I would have figured out how to do it myself. Back then, I would have had to scour medical books for instruction. No Google or YouTube to the rescue for us. As the months rolled on, I resumed my college life with no regrets, but occasional spurts of what I assessed then as if the government thought abortion needed to be legal, maybe it was me that was wrong about what I thought my responsible moral choice was. Over time, I recognized that I had just gone into ignorant, irrational social controls. When I made an appointment with the doctor to get birth control pills, they were fairly new back then. He refused to write the prescription because I was not married. Catch-22. When anti-abortion protesters proclaimed that they're here because mothers chose not to abort them, I immediately thought about my own daughters, the flip side of that one. At the time of my abortion, I had inside me maybe 300 or 400 potential children. Had I not arrested the development of that first potential child, I would never have met my stepdaughter, and my natural daughter would never have been born. That is a heartbreaking thought. Now, I'd like to roll right into my instructions to the justices. I'd be surprised if the justices will watch the videos. But for those acquaintances of justices who are watching today, please pick up the phone, pause on the keyboard to tell them your stories, and do it now before March 2nd. Help them see that the 1 in 3 statistic holds for the women they know and admire. that all women's stories are snowflake different, and we are capable of complex moral reasoning and balancing interests. Legislators and judges needn't do it for us. I'm particularly concerned about the poor Catholic male justices itching to overturn Roe. Brain science tells us that our beliefs are formed first in life, and that after the pursuit of evidence, we spend the rest of our life defending, justifying, and rationalizing them with a host of intellectual reason, cogent argument, and rational explanation. These justices may well find legal rationale to impose their childhood religious beliefs about souls and sins on the rest of us, in violation of the Constitution's Establishment Clause, by the way. And here's the scary part. They won't even be aware we're doing it. They need our help. That's it. I'm done.
Thanks so much, Anne, and we'll make sure that Justice Kennedy gets your message, all right?
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 1 in 3 Speak Out. In a few short months, the Supreme Court will decide the most important abortion rights case in 2 decades. They're going to rule on whether the insidious law that closed most abortion clinics in Texas violates the right to abortion. 45 reproductive health organizations filed briefs urging the Supreme Court to once again uphold a woman's constitutional right to access safe and legal abortion services. Advocates for Youth was proud to be among them, submitting a unique brief compiled entirely of women's real abortion stories from the 1 in 3 campaign. And now we're continuing with our People's Brief. We're addressing the Supreme Court directly and demanding that they listen to our stories. As many of you know, here in the United States, 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in her lifetime. Despite the fact that abortion is a very common procedure, we rarely talk openly about our decisions to end a pregnancy. For too long, conversations about abortion have been dominated by politicians and anti-choice activists who use shame and stigma as a tool to silence people and to advance legislation that limits access to abortion services. And today, we're asking the court to listen to a different conversation, one that is grounded in the lived experiences of real people, one that works towards building community rather than isolation, building compassion rather than shaming, a conversation that recognizes that access to abortion and the ability to plan when and if you carry a pregnancy to term is crucial to the ability to protect not only your own future, but your family's, and which honors everyone's right to dignity and autonomy. I'm privileged to be one of the hosts for this historic event. Thanks for joining us today, and thanks to the many people who will be joining us later with their personal stories. In the previous hour, I hope you didn't miss it, but if you did, we heard from Mariam, who experienced many obstacles in obtaining her abortion while she was in Kenya. We heard from Anne, who in the years before Roe v. Wade was forced to travel to Mexico for her abortion, and she had a powerful message for the justices. And we heard from the creator of East Los High, the popular Hulu series that has highlighted the need for real conversations around sex, sexuality, and abortion. All of us have a role to play in shattering stigma and ensuring that we have the access to the safe and legal abortion care we deserve. So you can join the conversation today. Tell us your story, or tell us what you'd like to say to the Supreme Court as they make their decision in this case. Throughout the day, we'll be sharing stories and comments from the hashtag 1 in 3 Speaks, or share your story via text by texting SHARE, S-H-A-R-E, to 877-877. And together, we're going to make sure the Supreme Court knows that real people are at the center of decisions about access to abortion care. And if you're watching today and would like to support the work of Advocates for Youth and the 1 in 3 campaign, please visit www.1in3campaign.org/donate. I'd like to take a moment now to interview my fabulous co-host, Brianna, a 1 in 3 activist and a student at Harvard.
Yes.
My mom would be so proud of you.
Oh.
So how did you get into doing work for reproductive justice?
So I would say that I've identified as a feminist for most of my life. I was raised by a single mom, and I think that she's been a real inspiration in almost everything that I've done. And she's incredibly supportive of the work that I do. I'm really lucky to have, from a young age, been taught that my body is something I have control over and something that I should honor. And because of that, I think it's really alarming to see the number of legal and social and cultural threats, especially to the bodily autonomy of people who don't identify as men. And so what that means is that I've spent a lot of my high school and college years just starting conversations with people about the importance of being educated about your own body, being educated about the experiences that you have with your body, knowing that it's okay to talk about things that other people would shame you for or that stigma is sort of smushing down. And especially when it comes to abortion, I'm passionate about making sure that people on my campus at Harvard know that I'm a person that they can talk to about their abortion experiences, that I'm a person they can go to if they have questions about where to get an abortion in the Boston area. I want to be a resource to people because I would hope that someone else would be that resource if I wasn't. And so I'm incredibly passionate about making sure that these conversations are happening in my own community, and I'm incredibly excited to be here today, opening up the conversation to a national community.
That's amazing. I've got 2 little girls too, trying to teach them similar things.
Yes,
so afterwards, you'll have to share some advice that your mom gave you.
Oh yeah, lots of good parenting.
Why do you think it's so critical for us to really lift up and support young people's leadership in this movement right now?
So I think as we've seen, this is a movement that is a long game. It's something that individuals have been rallying around for decades, and I think it's something that isn't going to wind down anytime soon. I think that this Supreme Court case is a really good example of why we need continued efforts to defend the constitutional rights that we've won that are constantly under attack. And so what that means, I think, is nurturing people who are interested in learning about these topics and being able to discuss them and being able to advocate for themselves and their peers. And doing so in a way that really uplifts their voices and their perspectives. I think being able to value youth perspectives in this movement allows for us to build a sustainable movement, one that can last into the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years if need be, because we know that the opposition is incredibly mobilizing youth as well. So by valuing youth voices and youth perspectives in the work that we do, I think we're really committing ourselves to building good leadership and leadership that is holistic and intersectional and brings in a lot of inclusive voices in the ways that we need them to be heard.
That's so fantastic. Thank you for everything that you do. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. And to our viewers today, if you'd like to support my work and the work of 1 in 3 activists on campuses across the nation, please visit 1in3campaign.org/donate.
Thanks for being here, Brianna. Can you introduce our next guest?
Absolutely. I'm happy to introduce Rebecca, who will be joining us via Skype. Rebecca, please start whenever you're ready.
Hi. Thanks so much for having me. So I was 16, and it was in Wisconsin, and I had an official boyfriend. That summer we spent the weekend drinking wine coolers and Miller Lite. It was a fun summer, but by the end, I was pregnant. I was scared. Having kids is something I never thought about yet. I felt a lot of fear in the possibility of telling parents. So I called my best friend, and just happened that her sister had given me information about him. My friend gave me phone number and appointment as possible. Planned Parenthood information on my different options. My decision was I wasn't to have a child, and I couldn't tell my parents that this had happened. I had to drive to Minnesota to get the abortion because I wasn't 18 yet. And I hated my parents because I'd had it in Wisconsin. My boyfriend drove me to reluctance, but also with the awareness of my decision to make. When I got to Minnesota, I had to meet with a judge.
So sorry. We're having some technical difficulties. We're going to have to reload you for a second. And in the meantime, viewers, we're thrilled to share a pre-recorded message from our friend Cecile Richards, the president of Planned Parenthood Federation of America. Planned Parenthood, as you know, works tirelessly to give everyone the reproductive health options they need, even in the face of targeted harassment and campaigns. Here's Cecile.
Hi, I'm Cecile Richards, President of Planned Parenthood Federation of America. Right now, around the country, politicians are trying to stop women from accessing safe and legal abortion. In my home state of Texas, they have passed laws aimed at closing health centers that provide abortion care, forcing women to travel long distances to access the care that they need. This year, the Supreme Court will consider those laws in the most important abortion rights case in decades. As a nation, we have to protect access to safe and legal abortion, because if we lose our right to control our bodies, we lose our right to everything else. Almost a third, or 1 in 3, women in this country have had an abortion. I did, and it was the right decision for me. This year, the court and the American people will determine what kind of country we want, whether women should have the right to freely determine what is best for themselves, or whether we will erase decades of progress. There's not a mother in this country who wants her daughter to have fewer rights than she did. It's never been more important to speak out and stand up for ourselves, for our daughters, and for future generations who dream of building a future on their own terms.
Thanks, Cecile, for sharing that message and all for all the work that you do. Becky, we're going to come back to you right now, and we left off in Minnesota.
Yes. So I had to drive to Minnesota to get my abortion because I wasn't 18 yet and would have needed my parents' consent if I'd had the abortion in Wisconsin. My boyfriend drove me with reluctance, but also with the awareness that it was my decision to make. When I got to Minnesota, I had to meet with a judge for what's called a judicial bypass. Because I wasn't 18 at the time, Minnesota laws require that I speak to a judge who would then decide if I was mature enough to make the decision on my own. It was a long day going through paperwork and the legal process, being escorted from place to place. It felt incredibly secretive, and it really felt like the world was working against me that day. After my abortion, I found it hard to live with the choice. Not because I was morally opposed to abortion. I knew it was the right choice for me, but because it was something I felt I had to hide from everyone. My parents' church told me it was wrong, because my circle of friends felt uncomfortable around me when they found out. I felt sad and isolated. Living with the stigma was really hard. I know I was lucky that I had the access I did to comprehensive reproductive health care. I was lucky I had a car to get me from Wisconsin to Minnesota. I was lucky I had a savings account to pay for it. I don't know how many times I had to lie to my parents about where I was going. The fact that they didn't somehow find out and interfere with my choice, it felt like luck. The choice shouldn't rely on luck. It's terrifying to me that people are working so hard right now to limit or end people's access to abortion. I want to share my story because I want people to hear that I stand by my choice. I want the stigma to end. We need to remove barriers, not build them up. I want our culture to have respect for women and the choices they're going to make about their lives. To the Supreme Court, the hoops we're already jumping through as people with reproductive systems are incredibly challenging. The regulations that are being imposed in Texas are shutting down clinics and creating more barriers. These laws are unnecessary and a direct burden to the rights of women and people with reproductive systems. We need to be moving towards positive change, and we need to stop hiding the clinics that provide abortions.
That story, and we'll be sure to get that message to Justice Thomas for you.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Brianna, who's next?
And now we'll be joined on Skype by Angelica Perez, who manages the Empower Line at Whole Women's Health, the clinic at the center of the upcoming Supreme Court case. Welcome, Angelica. I'm sorry, we have Elizabeth on the line.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, sorry for some confusion. Angelica sounds amazing, but no, my name is Elizabeth Griswold, and I am excited to be part of the conversation, and excited about the relays that our bodies and politics and religion all intersect. I'm actually a Christian minister, and so that's part of my story as well. So just to share my own story, I was working as a volunteer in Guatemala when I was about 26, 27. I was down there for a year and a half, and began dating a local Guatemalan man. And along the way, we discovered how many differences we had. There was a large power differential between us related to education, experiences out in the world. We had very different values on money issues, but there was also a really nice connection. At one point, we talked about, in a theoretical sense, what we thought about abortion. And I've always been pro-choice, and he was very much not. And he said, if in the context of our relationship you ever did get pregnant and you wanted to have an abortion, I would never want to know. So when that happened, that's exactly what happened. I was living in a convent of Catholic nuns at the time, so was very much hiding this pregnancy and knew that I needed to go home. It was one more level that revealed how much privilege I had as a white person, as a person with some degree of education and money and a U.S. passport, and I could leave. And so I did, and I came home, and I chose a medicine abortion, which felt empowering to me to be able to be in control of that situation. And it was still very difficult, painful. And also, I would say, it took a long time for me to get over thinking I was perfect, to acknowledge I'd made a mistake in not having been careful enough. I gave myself a hard time for getting pregnant, not as much for choosing the abortion. That was probably one of the most mature things I've ever done, and to make that choice for me and for my future. In a very direct way, it actually allowed me, believe it or not, to become a minister, because a few months after this happened, I ended up going to seminary. I was able to continue my plans to go because I didn't have a baby. And so I got a Master's of Divinity degree, and I got very involved while in seminary with Seminarians for Choice, which is part of the Religious Coalition for Reproductive Choice. Met a lot of wonderful other women who'd gone through similar experiences. And then when I was ordained, I'm ordained in the United Church of Christ, which is a wonderful supporter of women's rights. And I've made that part of the work I do now. Reproductive rights is something that I preach on and that I like to speak out for in terms of activism. And it influences the way I'm raising my daughter. I have an almost 3-year-old, and she knows correct terms for her body parts and knows her body belongs to her. And it's, like I said, it's a part of my daily life and my life of faith, and how much I believe each of us, men and women, and everybody in between, is endowed with rights over their own body, and that God wants us to know life in the fullest. And it's not about punishment. It's about love and going forward and choosing what makes the most sense for us to have full and abundant lives. So I'm really glad to share my own story, and proud of so many other women who are doing the same today.
Today, Elizabeth. If you could address the Supreme Court as they consider this case, what would you say to them specifically?
Would say that the law seems clear. Since Roe v. Wade was decided, it has become an issue that women have the right to privacy and the right to make decisions for their own bodies. And in terms of shutting down clinics and what's going on in Texas, when women don't have access to clinics, it's the same as not having the right. So I ask that they really understand women are people too, and decide in favor of that.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I have a little girl at home, too, who knows all her parts, so I'm with you on that. Thanks for spending time with us. And now we are joined on Skype by Angelica Perez, who manages the Empower Line at Whole Women's Health, the clinic at the center of the upcoming Supreme Court case. Welcome, Angelica.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Could you tell us a little bit about what the Empower Line is?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Empower Line is the national resource line for whole women's health, and we assist people with accessing abortion care. So we're helping people navigate abortion laws, health insurance, abortion funding, and scheduling in 5 different states, including our clinics in Texas.
Could you tell us a little bit about some of the common barriers that patients face when trying to access abortion care in Texas specifically?
Absolutely. And so I would actually just like to share with you a story from one of our patients we saw who actually traveled from my hometown of Amarillo, Texas. So I'm just going to go ahead and read that. Her story, unfortunately, really illustrates all that's going on right now. So when I found out I was pregnant, after much consideration, I decided abortion was the best option for me and my family. Before I found Whole Woman's Health, I went online and I searched abortion in Amarillo. From here, I called a few different numbers who told me they couldn't help me with abortion and that it's a sin, but they could help me with diapers and other things for the baby. Thankfully, I found the number to Whole Woman's Health. When I asked if they do abortions, they immediately told me yes, and I knew right away that I was going to be okay. When speaking with the person over the phone, they told me that I could be seen in 1 day rather than 2 days, since the closest clinic to me is in Fort Worth, which, by the way, is a 6-hour drive one way for me. It was a small relief to know that I wouldn't have to be there that extra day and postpone this further. They also told me that by law, I had to speak with a doctor over the phone, and all I remember from this call is that the doctor told me abortion causes breast cancer, even though he said no medical research supports this. On top of that, I was very worried about costs because I receive Medicaid, and I was told that Medicaid in Texas doesn't cover abortion. And so thankfully, I was able to get financial help, and I was very grateful for that. When I was all said and done after that phone call, I still had to make arrangements to take a couple of days off from work. I still had to make sure that I had somebody to watch my kids and figure out how I was going to pay the rest of the remaining balance, and how to get gas for my car so that I could travel all the way down there. And then once it came to the appointment day, before I entered the clinic, there were people outside shouting things, carrying things that weren't very nice. And so I was really happy when I got inside, and it was nice, and it was purple, and it was so calm in there. And thankfully, the staff and the care at Whole Woman's Health was excellent, and I'm so happy that I was able to get that taken care of. And so I'm writing you because, A, I'm really grateful for the work that you did, but I also want to know how I can help, because I know that I'm very lucky and that I was able to come see you, and I worry about the women that don't.
It's incredibly powerful. Wow, thank you so much for sharing that, and for being with us, and for all of the important work that you're doing in Texas.
Thank you so much for having me.
Miriam, who's next?
I'm happy to be able to share a pre-recorded message from Ohio Congressman Tim Ryan. After speaking to women who had abortions and hearing their stories, Congressman Ryan changed his position on abortion and has become a supporter of abortion access. Here's his video.
Hi, I'm Congressman Tim Ryan, and I represent Youngstown and Akron, Ohio. I'm proud to stand with the 1 in 3 campaign and the Advocates for Youth, and would like to thank them for including me in this year's Speak Out. But most importantly, I would like to thank all of the individuals who shared their stories. Your refusal to be silenced will begin to break down the stigma and the shame that all too often surrounds abortion. I was elected to political office at a very young age, and being raised in a Catholic household, always considered myself pro-life. But over the past 14 years in political office, I have gained a deeper understanding of the complexities and emotions that accompany the difficult decisions that women and families make when confronted with these situations. I have sat with women from Ohio and across the nation and heard them talk about their varying experiences, abusive relationships, financial hardships, health scares, rape, and incest. Today, I'm a 41-year-old father and husband whose feelings on this issue have changed. I've come a long way since being a 26-year-old state senator, and I'm not afraid to say that my position has evolved. No federal or state law banning abortion can honestly and fairly take into account the various circumstances that make each decision unique. I have come to believe that we must trust women and families, not politicians, to make the best decisions for their lives.
Thank you for that message, Congressman Ryan. Right now, I am thrilled to welcome Martha Plimpton, an amazing actress and staunch advocate for abortion rights. Martha,
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
We're good. How are you?
I'm really great.
It's great. We can hear you and everything's working. So Martha, can you start by telling us your story?
Well, I've got a few of them. But I will say that I'll start when I was 19, and I was working in Seattle, and I was acting and pursuing my career as an actress, and my boyfriend and I at the time got pregnant, and we both knew that there was no way either of us wanted to be parents or could be parents at that point in our lives. And so we made the decision mutually and, with relative ease to go to Planned Parenthood and get an abortion. And it was a very easy decision. It was the right thing for me to do. We went as a couple, and it was, an amazing option that I had, a choice that I had in a major city that, provided that kind of care at a time when I really needed it. And so I was very grateful for that. And I went on to, pursue my dreams and continue working. And, that's that. And I've always felt very grateful to not only the doctors at Planned Parenthood, but to my family for their support. I was very lucky to have that. A lot of people don't have that. And I was, in a position that I could move on and feel supported, which was really great. I think that, it gave me a very keen appreciation for people who are not in as privileged a circumstance as I have been in. And it made me aware that the ease with which I was able to access this care and make the decision that was right for me is something that should be afforded every single woman on the planet. It doesn't seem right to me that I should have that choice and others shouldn't, either depending on their zip code or their economics or the country where they live, any of those things. So that's sort of the beginning of my story. And I have others, like we all do. Life is a rich and complex tapestry of surprises and things that come up out of nowhere and give you pause and make you assess where you are in your life. And, the ability to have agency over your own destiny and, what you want to do with yourself, the kind of human you want to be in the world, what you want to contribute to the world, that should be in every individual's hands. And I see women as being individuals. So there you go.
Right on, I do too. And thank you so much for sharing one of your stories. And particular, thank you for being someone who has a big platform and willing to share that with with us, and also to share your story about abortion in particular. We've been asking all our other guests and speakers to share a message to the Supreme Court directly, since this is the People's Brief. What do you want to say to the Supreme Court? Maybe Justice Scalia?
Really great expression. I feel like talking to Justice Scalia is like trying to speak Spanish to goldfish. I mean, unless the goldfish is living in Spain. I don't know. Maybe goldfish do speak Spanish. But it's difficult to know where to begin with Justice Scalia. I would say that he's got some very keen, clear ideas about individual rights and individual responsibility. And it seems to me that the ability to make a decision about whether or not to have children is an essential aspect of that. Forced births doesn't seem to me to be the way we want to go, constitutionally speaking. I can't imagine that would jibe well with the, with the court if it really was paying attention to truly being as conservative as Mr. Scalia seems to be. But my overall message to the Supreme Court, of course, is that I support them in their very, their dedication to the rule of law, obviously. And I certainly agree with their decision striking down Defense of Marriage Act. And I think that these rights, these civil rights, go hand in hand. And, to take away a woman's right to choose, or to make it so difficult that you've essentially taken away the right, to make it so onerous and so impossible to access that right, essentially removes the right. And I think that should be pretty clear. And obviously there are lawyers who can make this argument much more cogently than I can. And so I leave it to them and the experts at Center for Reproductive Rights and all these other people who have been writing briefs and all of this. But yeah, that's what I would say. I mean, I hate to go on and on. I'm pretty sure I'd get interrupted by now if I was standing there.
Thank you for that. Can you tell us a little bit about A is for?
Yes. A is for, I'm wearing the ribbon right here. I don't know if you can see me. Can you guys see me?
Uh-huh.
Or
yeah.
You me?
We can.
Oh, good. Okay. This is our scarlet letter A. A is for was begun after the debacle with Sandra Fluck and her thwarted testimony before the congressional committee that was talking about, birth control, the birth control mandate in the Affordable Care Act. And we were a bunch of friends of mine and I were so angry. I mean, so many people were so angry, and we were just tired of this just egregious attack on this woman, and saw sort of in very clear relief the kind of misogyny and real just aggressive hatred towards women who choose to make their own decisions about their health and bodies and sexual lives. And so we felt that this woman, Sandra Fluck, had been branded in a way, sort of like with a scarlet letter, that she was being shamed and slut shamed and all kinds of, she was just being attacked mercilessly all over the place. And we decided that we wanted to do something about the stigma surrounding abortion and reproductive health care. And so we started A is for as a way to sort of raise awareness about this stigma and the effects that it has, the way that it's instrumental in aiding this sort of prohibitive legislation that makes abortion more and more scarce across the country. And that was the idea behind it. The idea behind it was that we would wear that scarlet letter with a measure of pride, without shame, and that we would reclaim it and take ownership over it and not allow people to use it to silence us. So that's really the genesis of A is for. And over the years, we've done a lot of work with different organizations and helped raise money for abortion funds and for the Center for Reproductive Rights and, things like this. We've done campaigns sort of similar to this, and house parties where we talk to people about what's going on legislatively throughout the country, and just raising awareness and encouraging people to be open and not afraid to speak. So there you go.
At a congressional hearing on abortion rights, I certainly appreciate all the work that you've been doing, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much, and thanks for this incredible day. I'm so proud to be part of it, and on.
And now I think we're going to be joined by an anonymous caller. Dun, dun, dun.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You're on.
I am?
You
Yes.
are.
Welcome to the
Welcome
Speakout.
to the 1 in 3 Abortion Speakout.
Well, thank you. My name is Michelle, and I had my first abortion when I was 18 years old. I was in no way prepared to be pregnant, let alone prepared to be a parent or carry a child for somebody else. It was an easy decision. It was a decision that was arrived at within 5 minutes of finding out that I was pregnant. And I went to Planned Parenthood, and the procedure was easy and painless, and I never felt like a monster, and I never once regretted it. The second abortion that I had a toddler son at the time. And I knew at the time that there was no way I would be able to provide for 2 children and still try to be able to achieve the life I was trying to achieve at the time. Again, it was a very easy decision. It was a very easy procedure, and I have never felt like a monster because of it, and I've never regretted it.
So much for sharing your story. If you could say one thing to the Supreme Court justices, we're wondering what that would be.
I would say, is your medical license up to date? Because really, if you're not doctors, why are you making these decisions? You should all recuse yourself.
We really appreciate that commentary, and we hope that they'll hear it. And now we'll be joined.
I hope so too.
Thank you so much. And now we'll be joined by Amelia Bonow, founder of the Shout Your Abortion tag on Twitter, who will share the buzz we've been getting today on social media.
Thank you so much. Happy to be back. There's a lot, oops, that's not what I wanted to happen. There's a lot going on today, a lot of people participating. One thing that I just saw was this tweet from Joy Mosenfelder. I was preparing for college. I was not prepared to become a single mother at 18. Luckily, I didn't have to. Hashtag because I had a choice, 1 in 3 speaks. And this is interesting to me because it made me think actually of the amicus brief. We know that women can be able to become more productive members of society in certain ways if they can design their own lives with intentionality, if they can choose if and when to have children. So many times over the last 4 months since Shout Your Abortion took off, I have heard stories from women who just have simply said, I would have never completed my degree, I would have never become a doctor, a lawyer, So, you know, this is about women being productive members of society in a number of ways, in the economic, you know, world as well. So, what would have happened if, what would Joy's life have been if she could not make that choice? Mm-hmm. I'm really glad that we don't know the answer to that question. And then, you know, then we have a story like this, which my abortion story is that I got pregnant at 26 and I didn't want to be, so I had an abortion. And again, I appreciate that coming from nanarchist because that's really all that needs to be said. You know what I mean? You do not have to say, I got an advanced degree, let me explain why let me justify my abortion with going to college. This woman didn't want to be pregnant, and so she had an abortion.
Yeah.
That's that, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Yeah.
We really, really appreciate getting a sense of what's going on outside of the studio today as well. It's pretty exciting.
Yes, and so please continue to join the conversation out there. Tell us your story or tell us what you'd like to say to the Supreme Court as they make their decision in this case, which we know is going to set a precedent for many, many years to come. Throughout the day, we'll be sharing these stories and comments from hashtag 1in3speaks. You can also share your story via text by texting SHARE to 877-877.
Thanks so much for that great update, Amelia. And now I'd like to welcome Rachel, who's on the phone with us, who will share her story. Welcome, Rachel. Please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome to the Speakout. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's no problem.
So we're interested in hearing your story.
Okay. Well, my first abortion was in 2004, and it was quite different than the one in 2007. The one in 2004, my doctor just suggested I go to his surgical center in Maryland, and there was no wait time. There was no lectures, absolutely 100% covered by insurance. I was made sure I had birth control after. I mean, it couldn't have been simpler, but it all changed when we moved to West Virginia, and in 2007, it was terrible. With a change of address, everything changed. Just no insurance. We called the insurance. They just said we were on our own. We had to put it all on our credit card, the gas, the price of the procedure, the hotel, everything. It all went on our credit card. It was a rather expensive procedure. There were protesters outside. It was quite frightening for my husband and myself. And we went to Maryland rather than stay in West Virginia to avoid bias counseling and wait times because I was getting far along, and I just wanted it to be over with. So I think the one thing you could take away from my story is that 3 years in from my first abortion, everything started to go downhill with the abortion fight, and women are getting even worse treatment nowadays at the hands of anti-choicers, and I think it's very important we tell our stories to try to make people see that the more you put on women, they're going to, it's not going to help. It's going to make it more traumatic. It's going to make it more hard on them, but they will always find a way, and that's what scares me, is that what's going to happen in the future if we don't listen to each other and say enough is enough.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Your
No problem.
story was actually included in the amicus brief filed by Advocates for Youth with the Supreme Court. And so I'm wondering, what did it mean to you to be able to share your story with the court?
It meant a lot. It makes me feel like maybe this pain that I went through will be worth something and maybe change the world, and for the better.
Thank you so much for helping us to shatter the silence today by sharing your story. And now, finally, I'd like to welcome my co-host, Kelly Robinson, Deputy Director of the National Organizing Wing of Planned Parenthood Federation of America. Welcome, Kelly.
Hi.
Well, we're so happy you're here, and we said goodbye to Miriam a little while ago, but we've really had some great hosts on today. I'm wondering if you could tell me a little bit about your work, how you got involved in the movement for reproductive freedom, and what you're doing at Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Kelly Robinson. I'm with Planned Parenthood Federation of America. And I have to say, first of all, it is just a huge honor and a privilege to be sharing this space and hearing inspiring stories like the one that we just heard about the importance of access. And my role at Planned Parenthood is really about ensuring that as we fight for victories that win battles at the state and federal level to ensure that our health centers can stay open, that we're also building a movement for the long term that's led by young people, by people of color, by folks that are directly impacted by the work that we do, and that's important. For me, when I found this work of reproductive freedom, it saved my life in so many ways. I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I'm a young woman of color, and seeing a movement that truly understood that the only way for me to get to sexual and reproductive freedom needed to be for me to also fight for racial justice. Mm-hmm. It needed to be for me to also fight for economic justice and for LGBTQ liberation. It needed to be those things. So being able to be in a space that's possible, a place where we can really envision a world that's different from the one we live in is so important. And I'm so happy to be in this movement and fighting for more spaces like this.
Yeah, I have to say I was at the Planned Parenthood Generation Action Conference this summer, and so seeing a lot of women of color like you leading a lot of these really important initiatives as a young activist and a young woman of color means a lot to me.
You better stop.
Another question I have is we all know that 2015 was a very challenging year for Planned Parenthood, and I'm wondering a little bit about how people on the ground are responding to this in the face of all of the attacks that we've seen on different levels for Planned Parenthood.
Yes, it has been a year, let me tell you. Just one example is that Congress has tried to defund Planned Parenthood 20 times.
That's
20
ridiculous.
votes this year.
Oh
Yes,
my goodness.
That's the kind of world that we're living in. And on top of all of that, we've had sham investigations at the state level. We've had attacks on our clinics, our actual ability to provide care. Mm-hmm. It has been a challenging year that really shows how extreme this fight is that we're in right now and how necessary and critical the work is that we do. But I will say through it, there has been an incredible spirit of resilience that we've seen across the country. During one of the defunding fights, it hit me at my core. There was an event in Salt Lake City, Utah. Salt Lake City, Utah. I don't know if you've ever been to Salt Lake City, Utah, but it's not too huge of a town. But we were in Salt Lake City, Utah, and the affiliate, our local folks wanted to do an event to turn out some people to show support from the community. They held an event that turned out 3,000 folks. 3,000 folks in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh my goodness.
It was at that moment where it became so clear to me that our people, they're not tired, they are hungry. They're hungry to do more, and that spirit of resilience is going to ensure that we don't only maintain access to sexual and reproductive health care and our rights, but instead expand them in this year and beyond. And that is something I'm proud of and so happy to be in community with activists and freedom fighters like yourself.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing all of that with us. Will you introduce our next guest?
I'd love to. Now we are joined via Skype by Sonya Renee Taylor, an activist, a poet, a spoken word performer, and the founder of The Body Is Not an Apology. Sonya Renee will perform a new piece of work she has written specifically for today's Speakout. Welcome, Sonya Renee.
Hi, how are you?
We're good. We're so excited to hear what you have for us.
Oh my goodness, I'm excited to share it and I'm super nervous. Awesome. Thank you. I just want to thank you all so much for the opportunity to create art that speaks to this important issue. I feel really blessed to have the chance. This new piece is called A Map of the World, the stories of 1 and 3 women. There is a West Virginia road snaking its way around Rachel's arm. It is an alarm, the pressure of tectonic plates, a blood rising, threatening to boil over, spill this cluster of split cells, expire her as well. The doctors here will soon tell her they do not do abortions. What they mean to say is we do not save your kind. Woman too familiar with the plains of your own pleasure. Woman roaming the savannah of your own freedom. We would sooner see you perish than watch you stake claim over the steeps of your own skin. An OBGYN $1,000 later and 400 miles away finally tells Rachel it's okay to claim her body as its own ascendant ground. It's been 2 weeks and no call, no note, no remote inkling of where her husband has gone, but there is a 6-month mouth to feed and a growing seed in Deborah's belly, a foreign land she has been tossed across the border of, a place she has no desire to name, but knows not naming it will not make it cease to exist, so she names it this, not right now. Names it I'm not willing to do this alone, names it choice. And in the small, fertile acreage of her own voice, she is found. It is around week 24. Lisa doesn't go to work anymore since her gut became a violent hurricane that snatched away sick days, leaving behind a pink slip and 2 pink lines. How will she mine this empty lot of unemployment for enough gold to buy back her sovereignty? There is no more lethal shrapnel than the ravening dirt we ask humans to bury our own dreams, where Lisa becomes a ghost town of abandoned wishes, evicted from her own flesh. Imagine the terror of being told you are less than one closed pawn shop away from what each screaming cell is yelling would most certainly be life-changing, imminent demise. We call lies on the legislative land barons who tell us they are protecting women, but claim eminent domain over our very breath, as if we have not seen their thievery, watched it build corporate stadiums on the backs of Black grandmothers, run interstates through our uncles' chests. There will be no rest until we pronounce transvaginal ultrasounds the exact same way we pronounce rape. We will not wait for their compass winds to retitle us again, wrap us in the same blankets of care that erased 20 million indigenous people from the compass rose. There are those who will forget that injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. One so arrogant as to claim proprietorship over the map of my body will someday claim the map of yours. There are no shores safe from this colonization of limb, whether we be queer, disabled, immigrant, brown, Black, cis women, trans men. There are marauders who want us. 72-hour weights away from dominion, want us one dying transmission and 500 miles to traverse so we never find our way back to our own treasure. Bandits who will measure our estates by the size of the statutory shackles they can fit us in. But then there is Hannah, gazing at the azimuth of a clinic ceiling. Above her is a planet of stars and a map of the world, what was almost a vanishing geography, the cartography of places she might surely be robbed of knowing, if not for the legality of this moment, amid a machine hum, the green of a kind doctor's mask, when Hannah's lover grasps her hand and whispers, "I love you," in a decibel so soft it surely silences the mob outside, court outside, lawyers outside this legend they are creating, where the meridian of their lives is pressed between palms, how they've etched an atlas of unconstrained some days, built of all the lands they've chosen for themselves, like their living room couch, where they'll binge watch Netflix and hold each other whole, space to wield nothing but their own smiles and weeping and whatever may come between. And should we all not have land like this to govern, to reign supreme over whatever roads we may find ourselves on, our own self-defined true north to roam, a world where our pathways are obstruction-free from here to infinity, and every tool is at our reach so that we may, with love and safety, find our own way home.
Wow, wow, wow. Sonya, Renee, that was amazing. Your ability to just reflect our collective truth back to us is incredible. So you have been sharing your story as part of your activism and art for a very long time. Can you tell us what it means to you to be able to address the Supreme Court directly?
I think that it is so essential that we have this space to own our stories and to own them in the highest, most powerful places of power in our society. I think that it is essential to our autonomy and to our ability to truly be given the sovereignty of our own bodies, to be able to say that in front of the Supreme Court, to be able to say that in front of people who are supposed to clarify the legislative process so that we continually separate our laws from individual autonomies and freedom. And I think that it's essential that we are allowed the space to be in front of a Supreme Court speaking truth to power on a regular basis.
Thanks again, Sonya, Renee. That was really amazing. We're so happy that you could share that with us today.
Thank you all so much for having me.
Thanks. I'd now like to welcome Sara, who will also join us by Skype. Sara, please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So I've had 2 abortions, one when I was a wild and crazy 20-something, and one when I was a mature and responsible middle-aged mom. In 1992, when Operation Rescue was shutting down clinics in New York City during the Democratic National Convention, I was a teenager and I came down from the suburbs to participate in clinic defense and direct action. I helped distract crowds of people who were shaming and harassing people entering the clinics, people who were calling them murderers and trying to physically prevent them from entering. And when I was in my early 20s, I returned to one of those clinics to access abortion services myself. I had a sweet boyfriend that I was really fond of, but both of us knew that we were in no way ready to be parents, and certainly not with each other. My abortion was easy, it was quick, it was early, painful, yes, expensive, yes, but no regrets. I was really confident in my decision and in exercising my right to what I had fought for, abortion on demand and without apology. Well, then fast forward about 15 years. I'm happily married, professional woman, on the other side of the country, a job I love, great health insurance, my own little house in the country, and after a lot of struggles and a rough pregnancy, a beautiful 1-year-old baby boy. And before my cycles even get regular again, I get pregnant. And this time it's totally different. It would have been possible for me to continue that pregnancy and to have another child. Plenty of people I had been pregnant with were doing it. But I searched my soul, I searched my heart. I talked to my husband, I talked to my therapist. I just did not want to open the door to another child. I'd only planned one child. I only wanted one child. I was 38 years old. And I was happy with my family the way it was. So I talked to my herbalist. I'm like, okay, so I'm pregnant, you know. And there was nothing that she could give me that wouldn't affect my child. I was still breastfeeding. So they said best thing to do is, you know, go to your doctor. So I call my doctor, right? The medical practice where I had my baby, where I have all my prenatal care, where I had my infertility care, where I had my miscarriage care. And I said, hi, I'm pregnant. I want to make an appointment. And they said, how far are you? I said, 7 weeks. And they said, okay, well, we can schedule your first prenatal appointment at around 11 or 12 weeks. I said, but I don't want to be pregnant. And she said, oh, well, we don't do terminations. And I'm kind of like, what? Like, isn't abortion part of comprehensive reproductive health care? And so we're talking a little bit, and then this recorded voice comes on the line saying, this conversation is now being recorded. And I'm like, what is that? And the person I'm speaking with says, I don't know. And I said, I don't feel comfortable talking anymore. And she said, okay, that makes sense. I'll call you back. And then she did not call me back. So I talked to my husband some more, talked to my therapist some more, and the next day I just called Planned Parenthood. So it turns out there's a Planned Parenthood in the next town, but they only do chemical abortions. So that's where you take a pill in their office and then you go home and you take another pill and you wait to miscarry. Well, first of all, I again at home in my own bathroom. But secondly, breastfeeding. So no one could tell me that that was safe. So there's only one place in the state, one Planned Parenthood office, one place in the state where you can get a surgical abortion. You got to go on a Wednesday. There's not an appointment for 2.5 weeks. So that's what I do. I make the appointment. I take a sick day. My husband takes a sick day. I drive up there. It's an hour away. I'm there all day. And not to mention the hour and a half pre-screening conversation that I have to have standing outside my office. And I have an abortion, I get an IUD put in. Everyone is very nice. My insurance pays for all of it. But I am so angry because I don't know. I mean, I guess I was living under a rock, but I thought that abortion was legal. And I thought that meant that it was part of healthcare and that you could. It took me so much to do that, a procedure that could have been done in 10 minutes at my local doctor's office, a procedure that they certainly could do, a procedure that, in fact, they had done for me when I had miscarried. I was swimming in privilege, right? So I have the job, I have the car, I have the sick day, I have the support, I have the understanding that this is something that I can do and I should do. I have the clarity of mind. But someone who didn't, I needed all of that in order to be able to get the medical care that I needed. And I realized that I had to get back into activism about this because someone who didn't have that kind of privilege was not going to be able to access the services that they need. And so that's why I'm here to tell you my story. Thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing that story. I think it really highlights a lot of the things that we want to highlight today in the diversity of stories that we've heard. Thanks so much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Kelly, we're a little curious. What's next?
Right now, I'm happy to share a pre-recorded message from Gretchen Borchelt, the Vice President for Health and Reproductive Rights at the National Women's Law Center.
Hi, I'm Gretchen Borschelt. I'm Vice President for Reproductive Rights and Health at the National Women's Law Center. I am not one of the 1 in 3 women who have had an abortion in her lifetime, but I know so many who have. Some of those have courageously spoken out, including in this Speak Out that this video will be a part of, but others haven't. What they all have in common is that they were able to access and exercise their right to abortion when they needed it. That allowed them to protect their health, to advance in their careers, to finish their education, to be economically secure, to be financially secure, to be physically secure, to be emotionally secure. That's why I know that I can say on behalf of all of these women how critical abortion is for them. That's why I do the work that I do to protect abortion. Abortion is critical for women's lives, it's critical for women's health, it's critical for women's futures. That's why it's so important for the Supreme Court to protect access to abortion, because every woman needs to be able to access abortion when she needs it, no matter why she needs it.
And we thank Gretchen for that message. We also thank her for the work she's doing at NWLC. And now we welcome Melly, who is joining us by Skype to share her story. Please start whenever you're ready, Melly.
6, 103.
You're on. Hi, Melly.
Hi. Sorry.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here again.
Absolutely. And feel free to share your story whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melly. I had my abortion back in 2011. I just turned 21 years old and had gotten back from San Diego Comic-Con, actually. When I was on the trip, I was able to kind of get up my courage to finally break things off with my boyfriend at the time, who had disrespected my sexual boundaries. I said no, he said yes, sort of a thing. And we started the breakup talk, and he got really upset, and the fight lasted for hours, and finally I was just too exhausted after the flight to deal with it anymore. So I did the How I Met Your Mother timeout, we'll talk about it in the morning sort of a thing, thinking that everything would be okay. And I woke up during the night to him performing sexual acts on me without protection. I was so terrified and shocked when I'd woken up that I just passed out again. And then when I finally woke up the next morning, I said that was it. I was leaving. I packed up everything and went back to my mother's, and within a couple days was horrendously ill. The new semester for school had just started, and I could barely make the train ride to school without having to jump off on several stops and throw up. I can make it through a shift of work without feeling lightheaded and woozy, and I almost passed out a couple times on the job. And my period has always been a little irregular, and with the pill, it was spotting at best. And so I didn't think anything was out of the ordinary with the pill, but still decided to just test just to ease my mind. And that came back with the, you're pregnant smiley face, which I thought was a little cruel. So I, without hesitation, knew that I had to get the abortion. I couldn't cope with trying to deal with my education as well as work, while trying to recover from a sexual trauma. And so I talked with family, and I grew up in a pretty strict Catholic household. But once I told my mother what had happened, she then sat me down and said, I've had an abortion too. You have my support 100%. And so, so she went with me when I went to the clinic and walked with me through all of the protesters shouting horrible things at me and her. It was completely abysmal. And I was greeted with warmth in the clinic, and we sat in the different rooms to get the consultations, and they ran through all of the options. They talked about the potential for abortion and then the potential for adoption, and just kind of making sure that everything was good and clear, and then what to expect in the abortion procedure. And I opted to go with the misoprostol. I think that's how you pronounce that. And so I then went home and then took the pill the next day. And about 1.5 Star Trek The Next Generation episodes later, the cramping and the bleeding started, and it was a pretty terrible pain. I don't have that great of a pain tolerance anyway, but it was pretty awful for a couple hours. And then all at once there was a sort of calm that came over me, and I managed to fall asleep and slept for several hours. And when I woke up, I was able to eat a full meal. I then went to school the next day and resumed work at my job, and had the follow-up appointment a couple weeks later, where then I was told that, that the abortion was successful. And I felt very at peace with it, and I haven't once looked back, but I do still carry my ultrasound photo with me in my wallet. So it's a decision that I absolutely do not regret. I'm thankful for it every day. I've since gone on to act in several productions, both on stage and on film. I've done voiceover work and have also gotten my degree, and I graduated with honors, which would not have been possible without safe access to abortion.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and with the Supreme Court. We're wondering if you could address the court as they decide on this case, what would you say?
I would say that it's a no-brainer decision. Abortion, bottom line, is legal, and it has been legal for several years now. And we've already seen the horrific effects that that restrictions on abortion have had on dozens of women trying to perform unsafe back alley abortions, trying to create an abortion themselves. It's putting these women in danger to not have safe access to a procedure that is legal. And that is crazy to me, that people would go so far as to put their citizens in danger, when really our stories matter. And at the same time, it comes down to, this is something that we need, and we shouldn't be judged for it, and it shouldn't be so stigmatized, or we shouldn't be afraid to go out and receive this medical procedure. It's legal, and it should be safe and widely available, as is our right.
Thank you so much for being with us today, Melly.
Now we say goodbye to my wonderful co-host, Brianna. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much. It's really been an honor to be here.
Great. Next up, we have a pre-recorded message from Elise Hogue, the president of NARAL Pro-Choice America. NARAL has been advocating for abortion rights and access for over 45 years. Here's a word from their fearless leader.
I'm Elise Hogue. I'm the president of NARAL Pro-Choice America, which I might not be if I hadn't had access to a legal abortion 20 years ago when I got pregnant due to a contraception failure. But let me back up. I always say my abortion story is boring. I got pregnant. I wasn't ready to be a parent. I wasn't with the person I wanted to be with for the rest of my life. We weren't financially secure. We both had dreams that we wanted to go on and achieve. My abortion story was boring because I was able to get my pregnancy test back, choose what I wanted to do, go to a clinic, get the medical care that I needed, and go on with my life. My abortion story was boring because millions of people fought long and hard for me to be able to access safe, compassionate, high-quality medical care in my own community. The abortion that I had was a chapter in my life, but it certainly wasn't the whole story. I think about my abortion, but I certainly don't regret it. It allowed me to go on and do work that I think was incredibly impactful on international rights and environment before I came home to dedicate my life to women's equality. If we can't decide that we're not ready to be parents, then everything else we aspire to fades from view. Even 20 years later, it is much more difficult for women to have access to the services that I had. It is much more difficult with waiting periods, mandatory ultrasounds, and clinics closing all over the country. Everywhere abortion is illegal or inaccessible, the number of abortions don't go down, but the numbers of injuries and deaths to women simply wanting to live their lives and their dreams on their own terms go up. I'm asking the court to allow abortion not just to remain legal, but to be accessible in our own communities, so everyone's abortion story can be as boring as mine. I'm asking the court to uphold the values that are supremely American values, that women can be equal, that we can have dignity in our life decisions, and certainly that we can have the privacy to make the decisions that are best for us and our families moving forward into the future.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 1 in 3 Speakout. Now, in a few short months, the Supreme Court will decide the most important abortion rights case in 2 decades. They will rule on whether the insidious law that closed most abortion clinics in Texas violates the right to abortion. 45 reproductive health organizations filed briefs urging the Supreme Court to once again uphold a woman's constitutional right to access safe and legal abortion services. Advocates for Youth was proud to be among them, submitting a unique brief compiled entirely of women's real abortion stories from the 1 in 3 campaign. And now, we're continuing our People's Brief. We are addressing the Supreme Court directly and demanding that they listen to our stories. As many of you know, here in the United States, 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in her lifetime. And despite the fact that abortion is a very common procedure, we rarely talk openly about our decisions around this issue. For too long, conversations about abortion have been dominated by politicians and anti-choice activists who use shame and stigma as a tool to silence people and to advance legislation that limits access to abortion services. But not today. Today, we are asking the court to listen to a different conversation, one that is grounded in the lived experiences of our real people, one that works towards building community rather than isolation, compassion rather than shame. A conversation that recognizes that access to abortion and the ability to plan if and when you carry a pregnancy to term is crucial to the ability to protect not only your own future, but your family's too. And which honors everyone's right to dignity and autonomy. I am privileged to be one of the hosts for this historic event. Thanks for joining us today, and thanks to the many people who will be joining us later with their personal stories. We have had a time so far. In the previous hour of the Speakout, we heard from Sonya Renee Taylor, a spoken word poet who has written about her own abortion. We heard from Rachel, who faced not only cumbersome restrictions, but stigma from her own family. And we heard powerful words from Elise Hogue, the president of NARAL Pro-Choice America. All of us have a role in shattering the stigma and ensuring that we all have access to safe and legal abortion care. If you're at home, you can join the conversation today. Tell your story or tell us what you'd like to say to the Supreme Court as they make their decision in this historic case. Throughout the day, we'll be sharing stories and comments from #1in3speaks. Or you can share your story via text by texting SHARE to 877-877. Together, we can make sure that the Supreme Court knows that real people are at the center of decisions about access to abortion care. If you're watching today and would like to support the work of the 1 in 3 campaign, please visit www.1in3campaign.org/donate. I'm joined in this hour by my co-host, Connie, a 1 in 3 activist at the University of Missouri. Welcome, Connie.
Thanks so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Connie, will you do us a solid and introduce our next guest?
We are joined now in the studio by Michelle Kinsey Bruns, a fierce activist who works online as well as on the ground to ensure access to abortion. Michelle, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much for having me, Connie. It's an honor to be here.
Right now, we're going to show a video we have of you sharing your story at the Supreme Court.
My name is Michelle Kinsey Bruns, and I'm one of the 1 in 3 American women who will have an abortion in her lifetime. The abortion that I had was over 20 years ago. I had just turned 18, and I was in no way ready to give birth or to parent. I had spent my teen years floating around living with different family members after living with my mother and my stepfather, which was an abusive household. I had left when I was 15 and wasn't right in the head, and certainly didn't have the emotional resources or the financial resources. Trying to be a teenager living on my own, I couldn't have had a child. But it may be even more important to me that I didn't want to have a child. What I wanted was the opportunity to get my life together, to finish my education, to develop a career, to build the healthy life that I had never actually had yet when I turned 18. And so when I found out that I was pregnant, right around the time that I turned 18, I was very lucky to be living in a city where abortion care was available, was accessible. There were multiple quality providers. I had an appointment with a wonderful doctor who held my hand and asked me if I was sure because he saw me crying, and I said, no, I'm so sure, I'm just scared of doctors. And so I had the procedure, and the scariest part was getting a shot. The scariest part was anesthesia. So I've never once regretted it. It's been over 20 years, and the provider who gave me the abortion, that gave me the chance to have the life that I deserved to have, has retired now, and I worry about people in that southern city who might need for him or his replacements to be there. I think every person, whether or not they had a rough family situation like mine, should have that same opportunity to build their life, to make the decision to parent or not to parent, when and how they're ready. And so that's the reason that I'm out here explaining that that this is a right that everybody should have, and I will say again that 20 years later, I am not sorry. I'm grateful every single day. I would like to urge the Supreme Court to make sure that everybody has the same access to accessible, quality abortion care that I had. Bodily autonomy is a human right. It is important for every single person to have that access.
That was a powerful message. Thank you so much for sharing your story and being a part of this historic event. I wanted to talk with you about a Twitter movement you led recently. You recounted the incidents of violence against abortion providers over the last 4 decades. Can you tell me a little more about that?
Sure. On November 27th, I was online when I saw news of an active shooter situation at a Planned Parenthood in Colorado Springs. And so I made the obvious assumption that one would make when you know the history of anti-abortion violence in this country. And so I tweeted, how many more clinic shooters, bombers, and acid attackers until we can call this by its rightful name? These aren't lone wolves, this is terrorism. And you know, the fact that my assumption was absolutely correct didn't stop Twitter conservatives from just losing it. Instantly, they began tweeting at me that, you know, how dare I say that this was about abortion? The shooter just happened to be at Planned Parenthood. How dare I politicize? And how dare, in fact, I even say that there is such a thing as an anti-abortion clinic violence problem in this country. One person tweeted that I was a zealot with zero concern for the truth, actively perpetuating a falsehood. Another said that the only deaths that have occurred at this and every Planned Parenthood facility today are aborted fetuses. And you know, this was amazing to me, and it kind of made me sick because people have died for providing reproductive health care. People have been maimed, shot and stabbed and bombed. Real living, breathing people who have families who love them and patients who depend on them. And to have these Twitter trolls just erasing them, it was disgusting and it was wrong. So I logged off of Twitter and spent the next day and a half compiling citations about the very real 4-decade history of anti-abortion violence in this country, beginning with the first known clinic arson, which happened in 1976, and continuing on through the present day. 2 days after the shooting, I had finished compiling and I tweeted all of these. I tweeted 100 examples of these clinic violence incidents, and each one had a place, a date, and a link to a news story or a book excerpt. And I gave each one the hashtag, is 100 enough? And the question I asked was, if 100 examples won't convince you that clinic violence is real, how many will it take? And it took me nearly 2 hours to tweet out all of these examples, but there was so much that I left out.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned some of the trolls that you had to deal with, but what other reactions did you see from folks online?
Well, you know, a number of the trolls who I'd had on the Friday were conspicuously silent by Sunday when I began tweeting. I guess it's hard to argue with the volume of documentation and receipts that I was putting out there. But among other people, the hashtag really took off. People retweeted these incidents thousands of times, and I also put together a Storify page so that every tweet could be compiled on one page, easy to read. That page gained 150,000 views in just a couple of days, which was fantastic. I think some of the most gratifying reactions of people reacting directly to me were to say, wow, you know, I didn't know about these. I didn't know about this history. And that is so gratifying because that's the point, right? People don't know when they should. The fact that in recent years, anti-abortion violence has not been quite as lethal as it was in, say, 93 and 94 when 4 separate pro-life shooters killed 5 people and wounded another 7. People don't pay as much attention to the problem because it's not that bad anymore, but the problem very much remains. And so my hope is that through efforts like mine, through the amplification of others who shared my work and other activists and writers who are paying attention to this history, my hope is that people can begin to connect the dots between these acts of anti-abortion violence on one hand, and on the other hand, this kind of very extreme rhetoric and other tactics used by anti-abortion advocates. The violence that we see doesn't happen in a void. You don't get to a place where people are being mowed down by bullets in a doctor's office without first having had a concerted effort of cultural narrative to portray abortion care providers as monsters and to portray abortion itself as some unspeakable act rather than a fact of life for 1 in 3 women.
And what does it mean to you today to be able to share your story with the Supreme Court?
You know, I just hope they're listening, not just to me, but to everybody speaking, with the full recognition that those of us who are here today, those of us sharing our stories, we represent millions of people who made the decision to have an abortion because it was the right thing for us at the time. You know, speaking of anti-choice cultural narratives, one that they like to push is that women will and do regret their abortions by the millions. In fact, we know when we look at peer-reviewed studies that that's very much a minority experience. Nonetheless, anti-choicers have had some success with that argument before the Supreme Court. Justice Kennedy relied on it in his opinion for Gonzalez versus Carhart. So to Justice Kennedy, to the entire court, I would say that even if a person regrets a major life decision, then you know, it's still hers to make for herself. There's absolutely nobody else who's qualified to do it.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Right now, I'm delighted to share a pre-recorded message from Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton. I represent the people of the District of Columbia. Thank you to the 1 in 3 campaign for helping to end the stigma on abortion by sharing women's abortion stories from across the country. DC's low-income women have a unique abortion story of their own to tell our country. We do not fear that abortion will stigmatize us. The stigma they feel comes from Congress, which blocks DC from spending its own local funds for abortion for the women who need the most. We in the District of Columbia join the 1 in 3 campaign today to show our support for women who've had an abortion and to thank the brave women who have shared their stories. Together, we say to the Supreme Court, let women choose.
Yes, let women choose. Thank you so much, Congresswoman. And next, I'd like to welcome Dr. Julie Bindeman to join us by Skype.
Hi, it's good to be here. My story starts 13 years ago on my wedding day. One of the thoughts I had was, well, now that I'm getting married, I won't have to have an abortion. I'll be married. We'll figure it out. If we have an unintended pregnancy, um, we had some resources, and we definitely had decided we wanted children. So went through. Decided when it was right that we were going to start our family. I had a very uncomplicated pregnancy that resulted in the birth of a healthy little boy in 2007. And when he was about a year and a half old, my husband and I decided that we wanted to expand our family. So I was able to get pregnant fairly quickly, which surprised both of us. I thought that since the first time it happened quickly, that the second time I was sure to take, a good 6 months or so before being pregnant. And so I remember sitting here going, okay, well, that happened a little bit fast, but this is what we wanted, and I'll figure it out, and I've got some time to figure it out. And when I thought I was 8 weeks along, I had gone in for an ultrasound and learned that I had miscarried. So we were told that we should let a cycle go by and then try again, which is exactly what we did. And I thought with that next cycle that I had gotten a period. I thought that finally my husband was going to get the chance to have the fun in trying for a family, and not just have it happen on that first try. So, just sort of was like, oh, okay, well, we'll test again next month. And I was about what I thought was a cycle when I started bleeding. So I called my doctor, who recommended I take a pregnancy test. And at that point in time, I was like, oh, no way, I'm not pregnant. Um, so I was really surprised when the result came back positive, and overjoyed, but then freaking out because I was bleeding. And my only experience was, wow, bleeding equals miscarriage. So I was able to go to the doctor, have some blood drawn, have a sonogram, and I was told that I had a hematoma, which is very common, that was not impacting the pregnancy, and that the pregnancy seemed fine. So we got out of the first trimester, and I was really terrified I was going to miscarry, but everything seemed fine. Went through the screenings, thought everything was fine. Everything came back for chromosomal abnormalities, as we were not a very high risk for it. So we were just sailing through the pregnancy. I started telling my clients and formulating a plan for a maternity leave. And my husband and I were able to book a 20-week ultrasound that worked with his work schedule. So it was the Friday before Thanksgiving in 2009. And we went to our doctor's office and then told, because I had had so many ultrasounds earlier, that insurance wouldn't pay for an ultrasound there. They sent me to a radiologist's office, and that's where I had my 20-week anatomy scan. And my husband and I just expected to learn whether or not we were having a boy or a girl at that visit. So we went. The tech was really chatty, and she told us we're having another boy. I remember being a little sad that I was going to have another boy instead of the girl that I wanted. But my husband and I are good natured about it. We joked, okay, well, I guess we'll have to have 3 so we can try for that girl. And the tech told us just to go back to our doctor's office. I even asked if the radiologist wanted to check in with us, and she pointedly said, oh, no, just go back to your doctor's. And we thought everything was fine. We thought this was just what you did if you went outside of your doctor's office for a scan. So we were ushered into one of the private offices, and we sat down and we're chatting about names. And my doctor came in, and the first words out of her mouth was, I'm so sorry. And we kind of looked at her going, what are you talking about? And I remember saying to her, oh, so it's another boy. We'll just have to try for a third and have our girl then. And the look I describe her having to me is like I had 2 heads. And finally, it dawned on her that we had no idea why she was apologizing. And so she said, no one's told you. And we looked at her again and said, told us what? And she said, I'm so sorry to have to tell you this, but the scan showed that your baby's brain, there's some severe developmental problems with it. So I kind of flip onto psychologist mode, and I start asking about different brain structures and brain development, and all sorts of things. And she's like, wow, I can't answer your questions. I don't know the answers. So we went that afternoon to a maternal fetal medicine specialist, and we had a second opinion scan. And that's where we had a lot of questions answered. So basically at that scan, what we learned was our son had a condition called ventricular megaly, which is when the brain ventricles are very enlarged, and due to their enlargement, the cerebral spinal fluid is unable to drain into the spine and thus pools in the brain. And the problem with this during gestation is that if there's no room in the brain because it's all being taken up by fluid, there's no room for brain structures to actually grow. So our son had this, and he had another condition, which is the fluid in the brain called hydrocephalus. And we were told at that time that we should go to Children's National Medical Center. We live outside of Washington, D.C., and get a third opinion, and we could learn about prognosis and options. And they had started to talk to us about we could terminate the pregnancy or we could carry to term. My husband and I spent that whole weekend talking, and we decided, based upon what the findings were the next week at Children's, that would influence our decisions. So if the quality of life for our son was going to be very poor, we would choose to terminate the pregnancy. But if there was hope for him and his quality of life would be manageable for all of us, then we would continue on. So we went down to Children's. I was really hopeful that we were going to have the prognosis of this is manageable, there's surgeries, there's, occupational therapy or other kinds of things that we can do. So I had an MRI, and then I had another ultrasound at Children's, and we sat down with all sorts of amazing doctors there, a pediatric neurosurgeon, a radiologist, genetic counselors, and one by one, as they're sharing what their findings were, we're learning that we had a really, really bad case. And I always look at the doctors at Children's as hope givers. Their job is to inspire hope, even in cases that seem really severe. So they started talking to us about, he could die before birth, he could die after birth, it could be days, it could be hours, it could be up to 40 years. And there were different chairs he could have as he grew, but he would never speak, and he would never walk, and he would never crawl. He'd never be able to eat independently. He would basically be reliant on other people to care for him. And we knew that this was not the quality of life that we wanted for our child. It wasn't the quality of life we wanted for our family. It wasn't the quality of life we wanted for our living son. And so my husband and I made the heartbreaking decision to terminate the pregnancy prematurely. And we were really lucky in a weird way, I guess, because we were given a couple of options. We could either travel to New Jersey, which was the only state nearby us that had a provider who was doing surgical abortions. At this point in time, I was 21 weeks gestation, or I could have my OBGYN do a labor and delivery and terminate the pregnancy that way. And so I was a little confused by it because I knew abortion was legal in my state. I knew the statute was up to 24 weeks. So I wasn't quite understanding why I couldn't have a surgical abortion in my state, but I opted to stay close to home. We were able to schedule for the day after Thanksgiving, and I had a labor and delivery in my local hospital where I was able to be near my son, where I was able to have family be supportive of me. And we met with specialists afterward to try to determine what was going on. We did genetic testing, and the best guess at that point was, this was a 1 in a million fluke. Get pregnant again, it should be fine. So when you're on the 1 in 1 of a million, it's kind of hard to relax into the idea that everything will be fine next time. So once again, I became pregnant easily. And this time we were being monitored every couple of weeks to look at brain development. And we had kind of a false alarm at 15 weeks, and we learned we were having a girl, and I was so excited I was going to have a daughter. And at 17 weeks, the maternal fetal medicine doctor came in with a genetic counselor, and I knew that that was never good. And she said, this baby's, her ventricles are trending kind of towards the top end of normal. It could be nothing. We're cautiously optimistic, but we want you to go back to Children's for an MRI. So I went back to children's, really hoping that, this was just within the norm, that this wasn't going to be a problem. And the MRI and the subsequent ultrasound found that her brain, similar to her brother's brain, also had ventricular megaly and hydrocephalus. The other thing that they found was it had partial agenesis of the corpus callosum, which meant that the left and right hemispheres weren't able to talk to each other fully. Some of the pathways were there, but not all of them. And when I asked a good friend of mine and colleague to look at the research just so I could get a sense of outcomes and what prognosis might look like, and she came back to me saying that full agenesis, brain development might be very normal, but partial agenesis, it's never normal. So she also came back telling me that with the levels of ventricular megaly that we had, which was a little bit of north of normal, if there was nothing else going on in the brain, the child had an 85% chance of living a healthy life. But with other brain anomalies, that percentage went down very, very dramatically. I think it was actually 0% because there was no parents in the studies had been willing to see what happened, to wait and see. So they had all chosen to terminate their pregnancies. And so my husband and I faced once again this really devastating decision, and we chose to terminate our pregnancy. And because now I was 18 weeks along, and we were able to make the decision quickly, I was able to have a surgical abortion nearby in the District of Columbia with the most compassionate doctor. Actually, both of the doctors that I had were amazing. And I really credit the fact that because of these really brave individuals, I was able to later have the family that I wanted. I went on to have a healthy daughter and a healthy son. And feel our family is complete, but I don't feel like the state or the federal government has any place in making the decision that my husband and I had to make together, along with our medical professionals that were able to guide us. And so it is my hope that if the Supreme Court, as the Supreme Court is going to be hearing this case with Whole Women's Center, that they are able to uphold the rights of women, uphold the ideas that women are capable, intelligent, smart human beings that are able to make their own healthcare decisions. And in fact, there's no other procedure in healthcare that is quite as regulated as abortion, nor can I imagine that there ever would be. So it's really unfortunate that this is the one procedure that is being targeted when it's a procedure that enables women to have autonomy. It enables women to choose when they have a family, what kind of family they have. And the government just has no place in this decision.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Benjamin. We truly appreciate you sharing your story, and I'm really confident that the bravery that you've shown in sharing your story has opened up the space for others to share theirs as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Right now, I'm thrilled to be able to introduce Senator Wendy Davis, who's joining us by Skype. Senator Davis made national headlines in 2013 when she filibustered the restrictive Texas abortion law for over 11 hours, also making those pink Mizuno shoes fly off the shelves. That law was passed still, and a version of that restrictive law is actually the very one that the Supreme Court will examine this year. We are pleased to introduce Senator Davis.
Thank you. I'm so happy to join your conversation and to share my story. My name is Wendy Davis. I am a former Texas state senator, and in June of 2013, I stood for actually almost 13 hours in an effort to try to block an anti-abortion bill that was before the state legislature. As part of that day, I read the stories of so many brave women who are willing to come forward and to share their very personal abortion experiences. They did so, of course, in the hope that legislators would listen and that they would vote against a bill that would actually harm, not further, women's health. As I read those stories that day, and particularly when I read the story of Carol M., which was very similar to my own, I knew that I would need to come forward and share mine. I felt an obligation to the other women who had been so brave. And so when I published my memoir in 2014, I did share publicly my experience. And I want to do it again today because I think that talking about our experiences and helping to bring these stories out of the shadows helps to end the stigma and legitimizes why it's so important that we keep this precious constitutional right available to women, regardless of the state that they live in, regardless of the amount of money that they have in their checking account. In 1996, I was pregnant for the 4th time. A couple of years prior, I had lost a pregnancy that was an ectopic pregnancy. I was devastated then, and so I was elated when I found out 2 years later that I was expecting again. Things rocked along fairly normally for many weeks. There was a little blip in the road with one of the blood tests that I had that indicated that there might be something awry, but a sonogram revealed that we were probably going to be okay. Unfortunately, post 20 weeks, and this is of course why the 20-week ban is such a precarious and dangerous thing, we discovered definitively that our baby daughter that we were hoping so very much to bring into the world suffered from a very rare brain abnormality known as Dandy-Walker syndrome. Not only did she suffer from the abnormality, but she had what is a very extreme case on the spectrum of that particular disorder. My then husband, Jeff, and I went to 4 different doctors around the state of Texas seeking some hope that she might have a semblance of I won't even say normal life, but a life that would not be one of suffering. And what we were told by every doctor confirmed our greatest fears. Number 1, that she probably would not survive to term. Number 2, if she did, she probably would not survive delivery. And number 3, in the very rare event that she did survive delivery, she would likely live a life that would not be considered a life that any of us would believe was one that was sustainable. We, of course, agonized over the decision that we would make, and we made the decision that we felt was in the best interest of her. We went to my doctor's office and told him our decision, one that we hoped would spare her the suffering that we knew would come. And we chose on our terms to terminate our pregnancy in a way that we felt was the most loving thing that we could do, honestly, for her. Our doctor injected something into her heart and stilled her heartbeat as we watched her on the screen. As you can imagine, it was the hardest thing I have ever done, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. But I also would never wish that another woman would lose the opportunity to make a decision guided as I made mine. I prayed quite a bit about the decision that I made. I'm a faithful person. My then husband, Jeff, did the same. And we grieved for a very, very long time after the termination of that pregnancy. But never for a moment have I regretted what I did. And never for a moment have I believed that a politician was in a better place to make a decision like that than I was. That's what I found so offensive about the law that passed in the state of Texas. Legislators played medical doctor. They decided what was in the best interests of women. And in fact, they knew at the time that what they were doing had nothing to do with the best interests of women or women's health, and had everything to do with closing as many abortion clinics in our state as possible. That's what we see happening around this country, a steady creep of laws and regulations that seek to constrain that constitutional right. Where efforts have been unsuccessful to overturn it, they are trying in every way they can to pull back and to constrain it as much as possible. It's my hope that by sharing my story in my book, in the amicus brief that we filed in the Whole Woman's Health case before the Supreme Court right now, and in sharing it with you today, that it will embolden other women to come forward and to tell their stories. I believe very strongly in sharing our human stories and taking these issues out of the abstract, making them real, and helping the human beings who are those 9 justices on the Supreme Court to understand and to see that we are people who deserve these constitutional protections and that we're relying on them to make sure they do the best thing for our interests in privacy, as well as our decisions to make medical decisions on our own and without the intrusion of politicians. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of this today. And thank you for allowing me an opportunity to share my story with you.
Thank you so much, Senator, for joining us today. What a remarkable story. Connie, who's next?
Next, I'd like to welcome artist and author Sara Miller, who has been working with Advocates for Youth to create a graphic novel of abortion stories. Sara, can you start by telling us your own story?
Yeah, absolutely. I had an abortion at the age of 25 in the spring of 2014, and I'm a resident of New Orleans. I live in New Orleans, Louisiana, and I was unable to access an abortion through my health insurance with the regulations in my state at the current time. So I actually traveled to California to obtain an abortion with my insurance that I had at that time. And I was assisted in doing that by my sister, who's a health professional. So I was lucky enough to have the resources and the privilege of being able to travel there to get that abortion at that time. That was also the time that I was just beginning to connect with advocates to start working in some capacity on this project. My own history in comics comes largely from a project that I've been working on since I was 18 with a friend of mine, Liza Bly. We published a book called Not Your Mother's Meatloaf, a sex education comic book, in 2013, which is a collection of sex ed comics that are entirely based on people's personal experiences, a lot of them coming of age stories. So from that background, we decided to start working on this graphic novel project that would bring together people's personal experiences with abortion and put them into graphic novel form. We began to collect submissions from a variety of sources. Some of the artists contributed their stories through the 1 in 3 campaign, and we arranged for their stories to be illustrated by artists who were either their friends or who were total strangers, but who had an interest in helping with the project. We also had people submit their own stories. Many of the people who submitted tell the stories of abortions that they got throughout the decades. So it includes the story of a woman who got an abortion in pre-Roe 1969, and also stories of people who got abortions in the last few months. So the range of the stories and the experiences is really rather large and comes from a huge diversity of different kinds of people and who live in different states.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and with the Supreme Court. Can you maybe tell us a little more about the process of creating the graphic novel with advocates?
Absolutely. I was paired up with Emily Bridges, and we began to advocate for submissions that would focus mostly on just the personal experiences of the people who were submitting comics. We really weren't looking for any sort of particular political message, and we did not instruct the participants on what they needed to include in their comic. We simply asked that people tell their stories, and from there, we collected the comics based on what they wanted to write about themselves. So from that process, we really got a huge myriad of perspectives, and each and every person sort of explained where they were coming from and what point in their life they were at when they made the decision to get their abortion. So we have really a large variety of stories and a huge difference in the way that people were able to access those abortions. The graphic novel is not made up of professional artists alone. These are really regular people who wanted to tell their story and wanted to contribute a comic. So the styles vary a lot, and there are a lot of different ways that people chose to present the story and chose to draw their comics. With the project of Not Your Mother's Meatloaf, we really advocated for sort of a do-it-yourself approach to comic making, and we believe that anyone can make a comic, and I sort of tried to incorporate that sentiment into the editing process for this book. We also really attempted to align the feeling of the book with the sentiment of the 1 in 3 campaign, not demonizing anyone's story, listening to each and every person's perspective and finding the value in giving voice to those experiences. So through the comics, you can really see how that comes through. There are stories that come from teenagers, that come from someone who was a nun in a foreign country. There are people who help people get abortions every day. We had a story from someone who works at a clinic. So we also have perspectives of providers in the book as well. And we really focused on people who have firsthand experience with abortion. So that was our focus for the book.
Saya, thank you so much. I am very excited to check out this graphic novel. I'd now like to welcome Emily by Skype. Emily, please start whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm nervous. So many years now, I'm allowed to talk about this. So I've been pregnant twice in my life. The first time was 10 years ago when I was 35, and I had abortion. And the second time I was 38 and I had my son. The first time was a huge shock. I had been successfully using birth control for almost 2 decades. And from the minute I found out I was pregnant, I was just 100% sure that it would be wrong to let the pregnancy continue. I was so sick and so scared, and everything in me just said, nope, no. I talked to friends and family, and I made pros and cons lists, but that initial feeling just never changed. I was in a stable relationship with a good guy, but we were really wrong for each other, and ultimately that was proven to be true. And it would have been a really sad, broken family into which to bring a kid, and something in my gut knew that, and so I had an abortion. It was a DNC surgical abortion. My boyfriend came with me, and he and the providers were supportive and wonderful, and I went home and ate a huge cheeseburger, and within a day I was back to my old self and very relieved. If I continued that pregnancy, I'm sure I would have loved the child and made the best of it, but I'd either still be with that man or I'd be struggling to co-parent with him, and either way, I would be horribly resentful and probably not very mentally healthy, and most importantly to me, my son wouldn't be here. And I feel very strongly that my son is meant to be here. When I got pregnant with him, the second time I was pregnant, it was also by accident, and the circumstances frankly looked worse on paper. My now husband had just graduated from a really expensive design school, and he didn't have a job, and we had been broken up and weren't back together all that long, and it made no sense to have a baby. But again, I had a strong sense, and it said, yep, here we go. And today I am so grateful and so glad that I made the human that I did with the human that I did. And we eventually got married, and my husband eventually got a job. And we love where we live. And my past weekend, and he's the love of my life. And I love being a mother. And I'm so incredibly grateful I was allowed to take on that role when the time was right, and that I can do the job the way that I want to. And I know a lot of people have made very different choices under the similar circumstances, but it's just so personal. And I have a loving, happy, healthy family and a wanted child. And I had the freedom to choose that. And I also live in a big city that had easy access, and I have health insurance, and I had support, and I've known women who don't have those privileges. And I can't understand why anyone would ever want to make an unintended pregnancy harder on them. So the toothpaste is out of the tube, and we know we don't have to continue unwanted pregnancies. And it seems unimaginably cruel to me to force women to do so. And I'm so glad I had the chance to make my own family and my insurance.
Thank you so much. These really are the stories the Supreme Court needs to hear. Emily, if you could address the court yourself today, what would you say?
I'm 45, and I'm probably never going to need an abortion again, but my son's generation has the chance to raise wanted children, and I want him to grow up trusting that his government cares about women and cares about their health and freedom. And so I would tell them, I will say to them, Supreme Court, please, we are counting on you to protect us and our children, and please do the right thing and rule that Texas law unconstitutional, because it is, I think.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Kelly, who's our next guest?
We are joined now by Ruth via Skype. Ruth, please start whenever you're ready. Can you hear us, Ruth?
I'm sorry.
Hey, Ruth, you're on with 1 in 3 Speaks, our abortion Speakout. We're ready to hear your story.
I certainly am ready to tell it. Okay. I actually have 2 stories. They're connected to each other. The first happened in the spring of 1968. I got a phone call. I was married. I'd been married for about 3 months. I got a phone call from a colleague of mine at work. He actually wanted to speak to my husband, not to me. And when he got on the phone with my husband, he asked my husband, we told my husband that he had a niece who was a freshman in college, and she needed an abortion. And she asked my husband whether he happened to have a list of physicians who would do an abortion in a hospital. Now, this was the spring of 1968, and this was in New York. An abortion was not legal in New York at the time, unless you could demonstrate that the pregnancy was threatening the life of the mother. So it turned out that my husband did have the phone number and address of a physician who would do a hospital abortion. And a couple of days later, there were the 2 of us in the physician's office with the young lady. And he explained to her exactly what was going to be involved. And he then gave her a document to sign. And the document said that she was feeling suicidal and that she might take her life if the pregnancy continued. Well, she said to the doctor, that's not true. And he said, I understand that it's not true, but I can't do this unless you sign the document. She refused to sign the document. And the end result was that she and her aunt flew to Puerto Rico and had the abortion done in the office of a physician that had been recommended to them by somebody else. I was just beside myself about this outcome, partly because the young woman wasn't willing to lie in order to get what she wanted done, but also partly because it was an awful thing, it seemed to me, to require somebody to lie in order to terminate a pregnancy that wasn't wanted. I began to then, at that point, pay attention to abortion politics in my state, and discovered that there was a bill before the legislature, and I became an activist in favor of reforming the abortion laws in New York State. The second part of my story happened in the spring of 1971, by which time the abortion laws had been reformed in New York State. At that point, I was a mother. I had a child who was about 18 months old, and I discovered that I was pregnant again. Now, my husband and I had both been thrilled with our first pregnancy. We really wanted to have a family. In fact, we intended to have a large family, and we couldn't have been more excited about the first pregnancy and our first child. However, when I found out that I was pregnant the second time, I was working full time, and my husband had just started a business. And at that point, the business was not bringing in any income. Now, when I was pregnant the first time, I was working full time. But it turned out that my employer had a very progressive, for those days, this is 1971, very progressive maternity policy, namely that I could take off as much as 6 months without loss of my position. All I needed was the approval of my supervisor. Now, I wasn't going to get paid, but I wasn't going to lose my position. And so in my first pregnancy, I did take 6 months off. That is, when my first child was born, I took 6 months off, and they were wonderful 6 months. I needed to go back to work. I wanted to go back to work, and I did go back to work when she was about 6 months old. But now she's about 18 months old, and my husband has no income. And I know that I can't take those 6 months off because they were 6 months off without income. We now have a house, we're paying a mortgage. I'm working full time, so we're paying a babysitter. There was just no way that we could manage at that point a second pregnancy and a second child. And so I decided that I wanted to terminate the pregnancy. My husband wasn't as convinced as I was, but that it was a good idea. But he said basically to me, that's your decision. And I said, there's just no way. I can't welcome this child. I can't welcome this pregnancy the way I welcome the pregnancy and our first child. And I just don't want to have a child that I'm not in love with the pregnancy from the moment I know about it. So I had the abortion. The abortion was done in a hospital. It was done by the same physician who had delivered our first child. And I thought to myself, what a blessing that I'm going to be able to plan when I want my children, how I want my children, and it's altogether legal, and I don't have to sign anything, and I don't have to be humiliated, and I'm doing something that I can stand up and be proud of. And that is why I continued my pro-choice activism to this very day, because I don't want my daughters, I now have 3. I don't want my granddaughters, I now have 2. Actually, I don't want any of my children or grandchildren, spouses or my own, male or female, to ever have to have a pregnancy that they don't want at that moment.
Thanks for being with us, Ruth.
Thank you so much. Now, I'd like to take a moment now to dig in and interview my co-host here, Connie. So, Connie, you helped to organize one of the largest in-person abortion speakouts at the University of Michigan. Go Blue. Can you tell us a little bit about the event and why you put it on and what that moment was like?
Definitely. So the University of Michigan Abortion Speakout has been happening for 3 years now. Every time we get a crowd of about 200 to 300 people. We have a dozen or so people who share their stories, including this year we had a form for people to submit stories anonymously. And it is just always a very powerful event. And I do want to say the University of Michigan has a reputation for being a progressive campus. So in some ways, we are very lucky to be able to put on this event. I can see how much more difficult it would be in other places in less supportive communities. But even on a campus as progressive as U of M's campus is, there wasn't an existing space for people to talk about their abortions. There was nothing like that. So I think that just goes to show how these spaces need to be created everywhere, even on, you know, campuses that you kind of write off as being like very liberal. So. Oh, and to our viewers today, if you'd like to support my work and the work of 1 in 3 activists on campuses across the nation, please visit www.1in3campaign.org/donate. Right now, I'm thrilled to share this pre-recorded message from Congresswoman Barbara Lee of California and a great supporter of reproductive justice and the right to safe abortion care.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and I'm proud to represent California's East Bay in Congress. I am so honored to be part of Advocates for Youth 2016 Speak Out, a live people's brief. During this Speak Out, women from all around our nation will share their abortion stories. I applaud each and every one of you for your bravery. It takes incredible courage to share such a personal story. I have long advocated for a woman's right to choose and the right to a safe abortion, a right that has been upheld and guaranteed by the Supreme Court in Roe v. Wade. Statistics show that women in their 20s accounted for the majority of abortions, and 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in her lifetime. Yet, because of the GOP's war on women's health, women face shame and stigma for practicing their fundamental right to choose. And in a few months, the Supreme Court will again make a decision that could dramatically affect the ability of women to access safe abortion care. That is why this campaign is so important. We must fight back against their war on women's health and their efforts to turn back the clock on women's rights. And we must tell the Supreme Court why protecting access to abortion care is so important. I am proud to witness your commitment to this important fight and stand beside you in Congress. I am leading the push for the Each Woman Act, H.R. 2972, in the House of Representatives, which is co-sponsored by more than 100 members of Congress. This bill would end the discriminatory Hyde Amendment once and for all. I was a congressional staffer in the 70s when this amendment was first passed, and I have consistently opposed it. The Hyde Amendment unfairly targets low-income women and women of color, federal government employees, and veterans, and tragically, it drives many women and their families into poverty. We must keep working to stop this amendment. 86% of Americans share our belief that politicians shouldn't deny a woman health care just because she's poor. In closing, I want to once again thank Advocates for Youth for their dedication to advancing health, dignity, and justice for young people, for women, their families, and their communities. Your work has positively impacted countless women, especially young women and women of color. Keep up the good work. Thank you again for inviting me to be a part of this very important campaign.
Thank you so much for that, Congresswoman Lee. It's such a privilege to be joined by our champions. Now, I'm happy to welcome Karen by phone, who will share her story. Karen, please start whenever you're ready.
Hey there, thank you so much. That was such a powerful message, and I just want to echo that thought that especially for women of color and people who are poor, it's so important for them to have the access to the health care that I was able to enjoy. I am a first grade teacher's assistant in Georgia, And I am 56 years old, and I've lived a long time with shame and stigma and silence around abortion. I really would love to see truth and compassion replace the silence and the shame. And I don't have a lot of power, but thank you for giving me this chance to use what little power I have, which is my voice, to tell my truth and to try to tell it with compassion. I had an abortion when I was 13. I was like most girls and women who were uneducated. None of the adults in my life taught me about my body, about sex, reproduction, or relationships. And so when I was 13, I got in with a group that was older. I had a boyfriend who could drive, and he put a lot of pressure on me to have sex. And we had one encounter that was incredibly physically painful. And about several weeks later, I can remember walking around the halls of my school telling everybody that I had a really weird germ because I just kept throwing up every morning, and I'd feel better, and then I'd get sick again. And my parents realized what was happening. They arranged an abortion, and we didn't have any conversation around it. It was simply, you must never tell anyone. And I still can see my father standing in front of me telling me I should never tell anyone, not even when I'm older, not even my husband, never. Another soul cannot know this. And so I got the message that I was a horrible person, and if people knew, my life would be over. And I was very young. Remember, this was 13. So my high school years weren't very great. I carried on, and I went to college. I was 19, and I was in an unhealthy relationship. I didn't have a lot of self-esteem. I was using protection, the diaphragm, and it failed, and I found myself pregnant again. And I was very passive, and I probably would have married him and become a mother then if he had wanted it, but I'm so thankful that he didn't. It was not a healthy relationship, and it would have been a bad situation. He dumped me off at an abortion clinic by myself, and I went through that alone. I was still living with my parents, and I couldn't tell them. I couldn't tell anyone. And I spent a lot of time crying in my closet. I would go in there and just lie down on the floor with a pillow and just cry. And I honestly believed at 19 that I was actually the only person on the planet to have more than one abortion. And I just felt so ashamed. I don't know how I did it, but I managed. I got my college education. I got a good job. I was able to meet a wonderful man. I got married. I had two amazing sons. And it all sounds so great, and it looks wonderful on paper, and it is. But throughout it all, I had this terror that if anybody knew, if anybody found out, that they would abandon me, reject me. And I know, when you say it, it doesn't sound like that big of a deal, but your relationships are everything in your life. So I just spent a lot of time in fear and silence, and that was reinforced by, all the billboards and bumper stickers in my area, conversations. I mean, the stigma is everywhere, and there was never a counter message. I never heard anyone talk about abortion in a compassionate way. And my dream was to find someone I could talk to, someone like me. It wasn't until I was 40 that I found a friend I could share with. She had gotten pregnant when she was young and was sent away to have our baby in a home for unwed girls. And when she confided in me, that allowed me to open up. And that started a long process of coming out and telling people. And just I told my husband, and then about 10 years later, just in 2013, I was able to tell my grown sons. And all along the way, they've been compassionate, loving, supportive, and they are my biggest supporters now. And then when I found the internet, I was so amazed to find out that so many people are working on this problem of stigma and on providing abortion care and all options of health care. And then listening to stories on the Abortion Diary podcast, I was able to find out that I'm not the only person that had more than one unintended pregnancy. And so that's been wonderful. I do have regret. This is my regret. My regret is that back when I was a teenager, I was so lost and broken inside and alone that I didn't know to thank the people who provided this care for me. And I don't know if any providers are listening right now, but I just want to thank you so much for saving me, rescuing my future. And I feel duty-bound. I feel a tremendous responsibility to do whatever I can to make sure that the little girls I see in my first grade class now, all the people who are struggling in poverty, everyone has the right to reproductive health care. And that's my story. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for sharing. I can say your voice is powerful, and our collective voices are going to ensure that caring and comprehensive and compassionate care are the standard for our country. These are the stories the Supreme Court needs to hear.
And now we're saying goodbye to my co-host, Kelly. Thank you so much for joining us, Kelly.
Thanks. It has truly been an honor to be here.
And now we have a pre-recorded message from Yamani Hernandez, the Executive Director of the National Network of Abortion Funds.
My name is Yamani Hernandez, and I am the Executive Director of the National Network of Abortion Funds. I'm one in 3 women who will have an abortion in their lifetime. I had an abortion when I was 19, between my freshman and sophomore year of college at Cornell University. I had an abortion because I didn't feel like I had the supports that I needed in order to parent at that time. Every day, abortion funds are receiving calls from people around the country, 50,000 callers actually, who are having to make decisions between paying their rent, putting food on the table, and getting health care. I'm here today to ask the Supreme Court to stop making it so hard for people to access health care.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 1 in 3 Speakout. In a few short months, the Supreme Court will decide the most important abortion rights case in 2 decades. They will rule on whether the insidious law that closed most abortion clinics in Texas violates the right to abortion. 45 reproductive health organizations filed briefs urging the Supreme Court to once again uphold a woman's constitutional right to access safe and legal abortion services. Advocates for Youth was proud to be among them, submitting a unique brief compiled entirely of women's real abortion stories from the 1 in 3 campaign. And now we're continuing our People's Brief. We're addressing the Supreme Court directly and demanding that they listen to our stories. As many of you know, here in the United States, 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in her lifetime. Despite the fact that abortion is very common, we rarely talk openly about our decisions to end a pregnancy. For too long, conversations around abortion have been dominated by politicians and anti-choice activists who use shame and stigma as a tool to silence people and to advance legislation that limits access to abortion services. Today, we're asking the court to listen to a different conversation, one that's grounded in the lived experiences of real people, one that works toward building community rather than isolation, compassion rather than shame, a conversation that recognizes that access to abortion and the ability to plan if and when you carry a pregnancy to term is crucial to the ability to protect not only your own future, but your family's, and which honors everyone's right to dignity and autonomy. I'm privileged to be one of the hosts for this historic event. Thanks for joining us today, and thanks to the many people who will be joining us later with their personal stories. In the previous hour of the Speakout, we heard from Saya, who shared her abortion story using the graphic novel format. We heard from Wendy Davis, whose filibuster against the Texas abortion law made national headlines. And we heard from Michelle, who not only shared her abortion story, but is a tireless on-the-ground and social media activist. All of us have a role in shattering the stigma and ensuring that we all have access to safe and legal abortion care. You can join the conversation today. Tell us your story or tell us what you'd like to say to the Supreme Court as they make their decision in this historic case. Throughout the day, we'll be sharing stories and comments from #1in3speaks. Or share your story via text by texting SHARE to 877-877. Together, we can make sure the Supreme Court knows that real people are at the center of decisions about access to abortion care. If you're watching today and would like to support the work of the 1 in 3 campaign, please visit www.onein3campaign.org/donate. Now, I'd like to welcome my co-host, Renee Bracey Sherman, Policy Representative with the National Network of Abortion Funds. Welcome, Renee.
Thank you for having me. So it's an honor to be here, and I'm just so excited to be part of this historic event where so many of us can share our stories. Last year, I was part of the Speakout and got to share my story while I was at grad school, and it was just an amazing event. So much love, and we really just get to hear so many different experiences.
Renee, will you welcome our next guest?
Absolutely. Right now, I love to welcome Liz Winstead. She's amazing. She's the co-creator of The Daily Show. She is absolutely hilarious and a fearless comedian. In 2012, she co-founded the organization called Lady Parts Justice. Welcome, Liz. Tell us your story.
Hi. I can hardly hear you guys, so I'm not sure if I should keep talking.
Go ahead, Liz. We can hear you. And I see Notorious RBG there for you.
I'm getting photos by RBG. I'm also thrilled to be part of this event as we tell our stories to normalize abortion. The goal is that we put it in its proper place, which is one of the public penalty of women's health that will make her time. Abortion story is not common. I got.
Hey, Liz, we're having a bit of trouble hearing you. Can we come back to you in just a second? Yeah. Okay, awesome. So next up, we have a pre-recorded performance from the spoken word artist Colored Girls Hustle. This group out of Brooklyn works to affirm the strength their mixtape and riveting interview series.
I'm Taja. And I'm Jess. And we are Colored Girls Hustle. Colored Girls Hustle is a funky, fresh rap girl, sister girl duo that uses powerful words, powerful beats to inspire bold self-expression and authentic living. And we use our experiences as Black women to shed light on how we live our lives, what's important to us and to our communities, and also to honor and affirm the way that we and our communities hustle for justice, for creativity, and for wellness.
And as individuals and as an institution, we support access to safe, legal, and affordable abortion care services.
So in 2006, it was my junior year of college, I got an abortion. And I'm really thankful that at that time I had the support of my mother and I had access to adequate health care to provide for a safe procedure. And it was a really difficult decision, but ultimately a decision that was best for me and my vision of what I wanted my life to be. And that decision has allowed me to live my life in a creative way that I'm able to contribute through my music, through my visual art, through my work with young people. And it's a decision that I've often kept to myself because of the stigma and shame around abortions and around people who have abortions. But ultimately, I think it's really important to share and to destigmatize abortion in order to support women in having access to the care that they need for their emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being.
Word. I've never been pregnant before, but I've had the pleasure of supporting pregnant people. I've been a volunteer doula with the Doula Project in New York City, and as part of my work with them, I was a full spectrum doula, which meant that I worked with pregnant people who were going through the birthing process and pregnant people going through the abortion process. And I have worked with about over 100 people as a doula, specifically folks going through the abortion process. And the people who were getting an abortion were everywhere from grandmothers to mothers to teenagers, and everyone had different reasons for why they showed up. Birth control failure, not being in a safe situation in their home, with their partners or with their parents, not feeling ready, not wanting to ever be a parent, or not feeling like they were in an economic situation to be able to care for a child. But it was very clear for me that everyone who walked into that room, though they came from different gender identities and racial backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, and had all different reasons for being in the room, There was a lot of careful consideration. There was a knowing. And I'm glad that I was able to witness and support and provide compassionate, non-judgmental care for the folks that I served.
Access to legal abortion is important. And one thing we know is that even if abortion isn't legal, the need for abortion still exists. So keeping abortion legal allows us to keep abortion safe.
Word. And just because abortion is legal doesn't mean that everyone's able to access it, right? So don't get it twisted. Like, racial and economic disparities that we witness in all other systems are also present in how people are able to access abortion care too. So if you have to travel 2 hours to get to the abortion clinic,
that's not right.
If you face the threat of violence so that you can get your health services, including abortion care,
it ain't right.
And if your insurance doesn't cover the abortion procedure, and now you gotta pay out of pocket, and the cost is really high,
all of it is not right.
It ain't right. And it's hard to talk about choice when people enter into choice on unequal terms. People deserve access to information and resources and education and birth control and abortion so that we're able to really navigate our reproductive lives in a way that makes sense for us.
We believe that everyone deserves to live a passion-filled and purpose-driven life. And it's important to have access to the tools in order to do that.
And as women and as artists, we understand that we have so much to creatively contribute to this world that may include our reproductive capacity, but is not solely kept in that space. There are so many other things that we're creating and doing and birthing and giving life to in this world.
Yeah, we give life to ideas, to communities through art, through music, through community building, through our activism.
And we believe that everyone should have bodily autonomy, so having power and ownership over your life and over your body. And we understand through our personal lived experiences that, you know, life is not always a straight and narrow path. Like, it's windy, it's spirally, it's circular. There's all types of things that we're learning and we're growing and we're evolving. We make mistakes, we make really good choices, but at the end of the day, we trust ourselves and we trust other people to make the choices that are right for them and that are right for their particular life circumstances.
So as Colored Girls Hustle, we support,
stand for,
and speak up to
ensure the right
to safe,
legal,
and affordable
access to abortion
for all people.
All people. Word. Yeah. Colored Girls Hustle, y'all. Peace. Peace.
That was amazing. Our thanks to Colored Girls Hustle for that great video. We're joined now by Melissa on Skype. Melissa, please start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi. I think we should talk about abortion more. Like, honestly, before I actually got pregnant, I never had this conversation with anyone. So when it happened to me, I was utterly terrified and had no idea what to expect. Luckily, like, I lived in Southern California, so there wasn't as much stigma around it. The first time that I went to the doctor, they were extremely kind, understanding, gave me all the information I would need to go to a clinic. But I was so terrified that I was going to be touched by any of my friends that I told. So I actually told one person, and I feel like I put myself through undue pain because I felt like someone would judge me. And once I actually told my friends, like, after the whole experience, they were like, "Why didn't you tell us before?" But yeah, my experience, luckily, it was very positive. I didn't have to deal with any protesters or anything. It was really great, actually. But it was definitely just so terrified. And I really think that it's important that we talk about it more so that we do get rid of this stigma. Because it happens. Like, no matter how careful you are, like, shit happens that you just can't plan for. And the idea of living in a world where Roe versus Wade does not exist also terrifies me. I don't want any of my friends or any daughters that I may have in the future to have to go through what my grandmother had to go through. Like, women were dying without access to safe legal abortion. And I think it does not make sense for old men to be making decisions about my body. That's
Thank you so much for sharing with us and with the Supreme Court. Renee, what do we have next?
Well, I'm really pleased to share a pre-recorded message from Nancy Northrup, President and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights. The Center for Reproductive Rights was the catalyst that spurred many organizations to submit briefs in the upcoming Supreme Court case, including the Advocates for Youth and 1 in 3 campaign.
Hello, I'm Nancy Northup, President and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights. It's great to be part of the 1 in 3 campaign Speakout, and it couldn't come at a more crucial time. On March 2nd, the Supreme Court will hear the most important abortion rights case in decades. We represent abortion providers in this challenge to Texas's sham law that is cutting down clinics and hurting women. At this pivotal moment, women across the country are stepping forward to say, enough is enough. You are talking about us. Like you, individual women are speaking out in their own names, not anonymously, to say that they are the 1 in 3 women in the United States who has an abortion. In doing so, they are confronting the stigma that makes it so hard to talk about abortion, and they're making it clear how important the constitutional right has been to their lives and health. Together, we are asking for one thing: for the Supreme Court to protect the right to safe and legal abortion, which it has done again and again. So, mark March 2nd on your calendar. We will be rallying on the Supreme Court steps. But don't worry, even if you can't be there, there will be plenty to do online, so stay tuned. And thank you for your stories. Your voice is important.
Now we're rejoined by Liz Winstead, co-creator of The Daily Show. Liz, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so thrilled and delighted. This is the second year and the second year that I am part of it. And to look at the landscape that we are in now and the situation that they have set forth, which is basically putting up obstacles and barriers and laws that all deliver the same message. And that message is, do not trust a woman's judgment. And I think that when we talk about this issue, every woman has felt in her lifetime, every person in their lifetime has felt like, why do we not trust women to make these decisions? I myself got pregnant the first time I ever had sex at age 16. And I was brought up in a Catholic family. I had no one to turn to. High school is the most toxic place on the planet for gossip. And so I had to make decisions for myself. And the one thing that I knew for myself is that I wasn't ready. I had no idea. I was a person who was doing what many people do, exploring my own sexuality without the information I needed to not get pregnant. And as a Catholic person, I was making all kinds of deals with myself. You know, if I have sex and use birth control, that's committing 2 sins. So if I only pick one sin, I'm smart enough to pick the fun sin. Foolish behavior that at 16, you're just desperately trying to find a way to make life right, to straddle that really difficult balance of coming of age as a sexual being and also wanting to not separate from your family. And when you find yourself pregnant in that position, especially with parents who hold religious beliefs that maybe differ from who you are at 16, you really find yourself lonely and afraid. And I found myself lonely and afraid and trying to figure out a way to deal with being a young person who was pregnant. And how I dealt with it was riding home on the bus after having a 16-year-old hockey player boyfriend react as though a 16-year-old hockey player boyfriend would by saying, "I thought you were on something." And my initial thought was, I was on you. I thought gravity would take care of it. And as I'm riding home on the bus and I look up and I see an ad that was vague but hopeful enough that said, pregnancy test, choices, options, and the optimum word for when you are 16, free. So I got off the bus and I went to this place that turned out not to be a place that wanted to help, but a crisis pregnancy center, a place created and designed by religious extremists to shame and silence young girls into thinking that carrying a pregnancy to term was their only options. And I sat down and I waited for a counselor to come and help me. And a woman did appear in a lab coat. And I thought, oh my God, a doctor, I'm going to get help. And then as she spoke, as she showed me a giant book of photographs of the fetuses that we have all seen, I was terrified. And as she talked to me about what my pregnancy would be and offered me my options, which were carry the child to term or carry the child to term and give it up for adoption, I realized this woman didn't offer me any guidance or advice. A grown woman impersonating a physician and a person of God, the two people a 16-year-old trusts the most, looked at me as a 16-year-old girl capitalizing and preying upon my vulnerability and my confusion and basically said, your life is insignificant. And at 16, you know many things. You often know what you don't want, but you often have a hopeful future. And I left that place feeling terrified at what an adult could do with their power, but also knowing that in the life that I wanted to live, that I was not ready at that time and not now to have a child. You know, it's interesting when people say the most important job in the world is motherhood. And if that's the case, how could anybody believe that every single person would be good at it? If you believe that, that says to me you have not taken the time to actually understand the complexity of people, of parents, and what that means. And what it says more than anything else is that when a person says, I'm not ready to parent, that you refuse to trust them. And so I'm here telling my story because when a woman and a person who is pregnant decides that they don't want to be a mother, they can't be a parent again, that we trust you and that it is normal for you and empowering, and we trust you to make your own decision.
If you could speak to the Supreme Court today, what would you say to them?
What I would say to them is, please trust that people make decisions for themselves that are rational, that are clear, and that are based on medical facts, and that undue burden is absolutely not allowing someone to be able to afford access to abortion and to actually have access to abortion.
Liz Winstead, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm joined in the studio now by Austin Bonner, a lawyer who submitted the amicus brief on behalf of Advocates for Youth and the 1 in 3 campaign. Austin, can you tell us a little more about the case that's before the Supreme Court?
Sure. So as you've heard many times today, the law in question is HB2, which was passed in my home state of Texas. HB2 has two big requirements that are in question here. The requirement that doctors have admitting privileges in hospital and the requirement that clinics that perform abortions be set up like ambulatory surgical centers. Now, when I say it like that, those don't sound like crazy restrictions, but the fact is that those don't protect women from any risk that they're facing when having an abortion. All they really do is prevent women from getting abortions. And in Texas, the district court, the first court that heard this case, found that 900,000 women, after these restrictions were enacted, would be living more than 150 miles from an abortion clinic. As somebody who spent a fair amount of time driving around West Texas, I can tell you those are some bad miles. That is a long trip to get where you need to go. So the question before the court is whether that constitutes an undue burden. Planned Parenthood v. Casey says states can regulate abortions, but they can't do it if it places an undue burden on women who are trying to get an abortion, or if it places a substantial obstacle on their path.
Awesome. Can you also describe the Advocates for Youth amicus brief?
Absolutely. Advocates for Youth put together a brief that contains the voices of real women, the women who've been participating to number of Supreme Court briefs, and they sort of necessarily sound like lawyers wrote them, but this one really captures the voice of women. I think my strongest memory of working on this brief was sitting one night reading the story of Miriam, who appeared with you all earlier today, and just crying these rage tears about how she had to sit on the floor of a London airport and be lectured about restrictions that she'd already thought about a decision that she'd already made. She's a smart, educated woman who knew what she wanted to do. And that's just insulting. And it's an affront to the dignity and the autonomy that the Supreme Court says can't be taken away from women.
This sounds like such an important document. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you for having me.
Well, right now we're saying goodbye to my co-host, Connie. Connie, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you all so much. It's been such an honor to be here.
Thanks for all the work you do. And now we're hearing a story from an anonymous contributor to the 1 in 3 campaign website. Okay. So we're now joined on Skype by Marva. Marva is the Director of Clinical Services at Whole Women's Health. She's here to tell us about her story and the stories of her patients in Texas. Marva, can you tell us what it has been like for your patients to access care since the restrictive law was passed?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, thank you for having me. And I think the best comparison is years ago, experience abortion process. It's really I don't remember a lot about it. I actually what we're finding now, women are having much broader experience, much more print on their life. It's now becoming a logistics issue, becoming a double issue, and just to figure out where the clinic is located, which clinics are still open, which clinics are available to see them for the services they need.
And now I'd like to welcome Lauren.
Hi, I'm so happy to be here.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here and to represent young people and Tennesseans.
Great, that's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, so now I would like to take a moment to chat with my co-host, Renee.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm awesome. How are you?
I'm good too. Renee, you've been sharing your abortion story publicly for a few years. Can you tell us what inspires you to share your story?
Yeah, so this year will be my 5th year sharing my abortion story publicly. I had my abortion 10 years ago when I was 19. My story was shared earlier in the videos. And I think I was never ashamed of the fact that I had an abortion, but I was really frustrated with people talking about us and around us, kind of pushing stereotypes and stigma about people who've had abortions. And I just didn't want to be talked about that way. I wanted to stand up and speak out. So I finally decided to, and I've never looked back. Both my abortion was the best experience and the best decision of my life. And I think second best has been sharing my story because I meet so many wonderful people who've also had abortions across the country.
Yeah, that's awesome and so inspiring. So you also work at the organization, the National Network of Abortion Funds. So that supports people around the country to be able to afford their abortions. Can you tell us why funding is so critical and why you are working to appeal the Hyde Amendment?
Yeah, so if folks don't know about the Hyde Amendment, it is this extremely discriminatory law that keeps folks who are on Medicaid or within the military or federal employees, folks who are incarcerated or get their health insurance from the Indian Health Services, from accessing abortion care, and in many states as well. And so this disproportionately impacts low-income folks and people of color. It's a tragedy. Everyone should have access to safe and legal abortion care and should be able to afford it. At the National Network of Abortion Funds and our member funds across the country, we hear from people who, are having a hard time saving money to pay for child care, to have someone watch their children while they go have an abortion, or they're having a hard time simply paying for their abortion. And with restrictions like HB2, they're having to travel even further. So they're trying to save up money to cover the cost to travel to the nearest abortion clinic, which can be hundreds of miles away. So at the National Network of Abortion Funds and our member funds, we help them cover those costs as best we can. It's, a small drop in the bucket for the need, but we do what we can. I think one of the things that people assume that because abortion is legal, that it's always automatically accessible, but it's not. And so we need to raise awareness about that.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for all your work. That's so important. And now we will be joined by Amelia Bonow, founder of Shout Your Abortion, the Shout Your Abortion hashtag on Twitter, who will share with us social media.
Hello, ladies. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. This is such a powerful day. I'm continually getting starstruck when I find out what people are doing as they sit down at this desk. And there's a lot going on today. There's a lot going on here in this studio and all over the internet, which I'm going to talk about right now. First of all, I want to give a shout out. This is sort of some nepotism, but I'm going to give a shout out to my girl, Kimberly Morrison in Seattle. She is an activist who has been working hard on the ground for Shout Your Abortion. And she says in her tweet, "My abortion was not sad or traumatizing. It was advantageous and empowering. 10 of 10 would abort again." And I just want to say, this is incredible that 1 in 3 is elevating voices such as Kimberly's, who are being able to reframe this experience in a positive way. That's amazing. And it's such, I think that you both would agree, it's empirically a very typical response that people feel that this is an empowering experience, but that's not one that we've had access to because these voices have been snuffed out for so long.
So true.
And because, I know that you're all about the economic justice, Renee, and you're sitting here with me.
I am. What you got?
Well, okay, so this person has to say, "I had an abortion, and the only thing I'm sorry about is that I had to raise $400 for it while being unemployed." And I mean, what reasonable person could hear the voice of this woman and say, "You should have had that child"? Clearly, if you cannot raise $400 for an abortion, if you are unemployed, like, society is expecting this person to bear the burden of motherhood economically. And I mean, can you speak just briefly to the folks that are working to disenfranchise people like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many delays to folks who are trying to get their abortions, in that they're trying to save up the money to pay for them. And in a world, it shouldn't be like that in our world. It shouldn't be like that in our country. Abortion is legal. It is a human right. And so we shouldn't be denying people access to health care based on their income.
Yeah, and I mean, who are these people that would want to do that, Well, they're old white men that want to keep the power structure in this country and in this world the way that it is. And I think that we're flipping that a little bit every single day, and today is a really special day. I do want to bring up one more tweet. This is another thing that I just feel like any reasonable person could not ever argue with the voice of this individual. Ashley Spry, thank you for speaking out. Ashley says, "I should never have to feel the shame of my rapist daily or be condemned by the GOP because I was abused."
So powerful.
It is powerful, and thank you so much to this individual for, having whatever it took for you to be able to share that online today. And we are here to try to create a world where your voice is supported. You should not have to bear that burden. And I can't imagine someone looking at a rape victim, a victim of abuse, and saying, you must be a mother. You know, compulsory motherhood is barbaric, but of a rape victim, that's just insane. And you know, we know that the people in Congress who are trying to take this right away from women are trying to take this right away from rape victims as well. So thank you, all of you, for interacting with this campaign online today. This is so exciting, and please jump in and join this conversation if you're feeling it, if you feel like telling your story, or if you'd like to tell us what you'd like to say to the Supreme Court as they make this decision in Texas in this historic case. We'll continue sharing your stories throughout the day and the comments as you engage with the hashtag 1in3speaks. You can also share your story via text by texting SHARE to 877-877.
Thanks, Amelia.
Yes, thank you.
So now we're joined by Christy, who will share her story. Christy, please start whenever you are ready.
Hi. So I'm going to preface this with I'm calling from Canada. So my experience is going to be really different than just as far as ease of access than a lot of women in the States. I found out I was pregnant in 2012. I had just moved provinces. I had been there for about 3 months with my boyfriend at the time. And when I found out, I was just absolutely devastated. It wasn't what I wanted at all. In the end, like it would have been terrible to have had the kid with him, not because he's a bad guy, just we wouldn't have been good parents together, and we're not together anymore for a lot of reasons. So anyways, when I found out, I was instantly devastated. I felt scared and trapped and just so stressed out and worried. I'd been there for about 3 months. I had to start changing over like my license and my health care and stuff from British Columbia to Alberta, which was already stressful enough, and I was horribly sick from the pregnancy. And I was lucky because I am in Canada. I had a 30-minute drive to the clinic. It took nothing to get an appointment. I didn't have to pay for anything because it's just covered. And thank goodness it was, because the stress that I felt just from having an unwanted pregnancy was more than enough. And it is just remembering those feelings brings back a lot. It's terrifying when that's not what you want, that's not what you're ready for. And I can't imagine what it'd be like to worry about taking time off work and what it costs to travel via, land or air or whatever, to have to pay for food and lodging, on top of having to pay for the procedure itself. Like, it stresses me out just even thinking about that, let alone having to live through it. For me, it was absolutely probably the best decision of my life. I do not regret it at all. When the procedure was finished, I felt nothing but relief, and I cried out of pure relief of not having to worry about it anymore. So happy that there was nothing standing in my way of making that choice. And because of it, I now have a 5-month-old baby boy who I love with all of my heart, and I have him because I was able to make the decision for myself a few years ago, and I have him because I chose to have him and not because I was forced to or couldn't find access. So that's kind of it for my story. And
wow, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's so powerful. These are the stories that the Supreme Court needs to hear. Christy, if you could speak to the Supreme Court as they decide this case, what would you say to them?
Well, it kind of just comes back to the stress, fear, and devastation I felt when I was pregnant, and not being able to afford to do any of that if I was in a different position. No woman should have to be forced to be a mother. Some people don't want to be parents ever. Sometimes, like for me, I wanted to be a parent. It wasn't the time, and I'm happy that I'm in the position I am now.
Thanks, Christy. Lauren, who's our next guest?
Next, we are joined in the studio by Hope. Hope, could you please tell us your story?
Sure. So I had my abortion my freshman year of college during Christmas break that year. I guess the part that I most want to talk about with my story is just to kind of clarify that the decision that I made wasn't a difficult one to make. I was supported by my mom and my grandmother and had this, kind of small but important nuclear system that was totally on board. But it was a decision that I really struggled with in terms of guilt and shame afterwards, which I think is why this is such an important Supreme Court case to bring up. I know it was my experience, and I think it's the experience of a lot of women, that this decision isn't actually a hard one to make. I think that also importantly for me, having grown up in Tennessee and not having had access to any kind of fact-based sex education was hugely influential. So I was able to make this decision with very little practical barriers, thankfully, which I don't think would be the case in Tennessee right now based on kind of newer restrictions. But I feel like it's important to talk about why women feel the need to hide this whole process, myself included. And I am happy to have the ability to share this story and to just kind of normalize the whole experience and why it was important and how it was meaningful for me. And I can say that because I was able to access abortion care now, I'm happily married. I don't have a 4-year-old. I am a college graduate. I'm working at a large nonprofit here in DC, and my life would be completely different if I hadn't been able to make this decision.
Thank you so much, Hope. I didn't know you're from Tennessee too. I feel you on the lack of comprehensive sex education. It's definitely a problem we're working on. Hope, if you could share your story with the Supreme Court as they decide this case, what would you say to them?
I would say to trust women. I think that the idea that women take this lightly and need to have mandated, waiting periods and mandated kind of advice from professionals in a way that isn't medically based is really a disservice to women in general. I think that we should be able to trust women to make the best decisions for themselves, because I think that trust is given to most individuals under most circumstances, and I don't know why this should be an exception, especially for something that's so personal and such a personal responsibility.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to take a moment to interview my badass co-host, Lauren.
Hey.
So Lauren, can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to access abortion and abortion stigma in Tennessee?
Yeah, well, it is challenging. In November of 2014, there was an amendment passed to our state constitution that opened the gateway to all sorts of harmful restrictions. In fact, just today, some of our legislators introduced a 20-week ban, which I will be fighting, but I just got that news today, and I thought it was ironic considering what I'm doing today. Yeah, it is challenging for sure.
So tell me, why do you think it's super important to fight the good fight in the South?
Yeah, well, I think that the South has this sort of gap between our legislators, the people who are representing us, and the people on the ground who are living every day, the people that I talk to through my work with the 1 in 3 campaign. There's a larger gap in the South than I think anywhere else in the country. So I think it's super important. It's hard, but we're out there doing it. And I think we can accomplish a lot.
You're so badass.
Thank you. So are you. And to our viewers today, if you would like to support my work and the work of the 1 in 3 campus activists across the nation, please visit www.1in3campaign.org/donate.
Thanks, Lauren. So I'd like to take a moment to welcome everyone to the 1 in 3 Speakout. In a few short months, the Supreme Court will decide the most important abortion rights case in 2 decades. They will rule on whether the insidious law that closed most abortion clinics in Texas violates the right to abortion. 45 reproductive health organizations filed briefs urging the Supreme Court to once again uphold a woman's constitutional right to access safe and legal abortion services. Advocates for Youth was proud to be among them, submitting a unique brief compiled entirely of women's real abortion stories from the 1 in 3 campaign. And I shared mine. And now we're continuing our People's Brief. We are addressing the Supreme Court directly, demanding that they listen to our stories. As many of you know, here in the United States, 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in her lifetime. Despite the fact that abortion is very common, we rarely talk openly about our decisions to end a pregnancy. For too long, conversations about abortion have been dominated by politicians and anti-choice activists who use shame and stigma as a tool to silence people and to advance legislation that limits access to abortion services. Today, we are asking the court to listen to a different conversation, one that is grounded in the lived experiences of real people, one that works towards building community rather than isolation and compassion rather than shame. A conversation that recognizes that access to abortion and the ability to plan when and if you carry a pregnancy to term is crucial to the ability to protect not only your future, but your families. And which honors everyone's right to dignity and autonomy. I am so very privileged to be one of the hosts for this historic event. So excited. Thanks for joining us today. And thanks to the many people who will be joining us later with their personal abortion stories. In the previous hour of the Speak Out, we heard from Liz Winstead, whose performance of her story is honest, frustrating, and hilarious. We heard from Hope, who has faced challenges getting the abortion care she needs. All of us have a role in shattering the stigma and ensuring that we have access to safe and legal abortion care. You can join the conversation today. Tell us your story, or tell us what you'd like to say to the Supreme Court as they make their decision in this historic case. Throughout the day, we'll be sharing stories and comments from the hashtag 1in3speaks. Or you can share your story via text by texting SHARE to 877-877. Together, we can make sure the Supreme Court knows that real people are at the center of decisions about access to abortion care. And if you're watching today and would like to support the work of the 1 in 3 campaign, please visit www.1in3campaign.org/donate. I'm joined in this hour by my co-host, Lauren. Lauren, who's next?
Next, we have an anonymous caller on the phone to share their story. Caller, please start whenever you are ready.
Hello, thank you for hearing my story. I have told very few people this story, and I'm sharing because I want to be counted among those women who have made mistakes but chosen not to define their life by those mistakes and to move forward. I'm a proud mother of 2 fabulous young men. When I had my abortion, my babies were 2 years old. My twins were running around in diapers, and I had spent 4 years trying to conceive them, including 2 surgeries and a miscarriage. I really cherished them, and I wanted to be the best mother I could be for them. And I believed I was infertile. It had taken so many years and so many doctors to try to bring those 2 beautiful boys into my life. I did not believe I was capable of, spontaneous conception. So it was a big surprise, and I had dreamed of a world when I could welcome a third child into our family. But in our situation, we lived in a tiny little apartment. I was married. I was employed. I did have health coverage, but it would have meant a major disruption in my life. It would have taken us from, middle working class to possibly poverty, possibly moving in with parents. Major changes. I just believe it is so important for abortion to be a choice that is legal and safe for all women of childbearing age. I believe forcing women to carry pregnancy as a term is a pipeline straight into poverty. We need to strive for a world where every child is wanted. And even though abortion can be awful, it can be regrettable, it should be an option that is not the first go-to option for many situations. It should always be safe and legal, because when a person is trying to be a responsible adult and be thinking about the responsibility of bringing a new life into this world, it is not a light, small decision to make in a vacuum. We should make sure that all children are wanted and brought into a life where there can be a safe place for them to be raised, where it is not bringing the parents into poverty or putting a burden on society where they will just be in a pipeline to prison or some other horrible outcome. So I just really believe that those who wish to limit abortion or limit some of these other outcomes and keep women safe, they should be absolutely advocating for all kinds of services for reproductive planning and parenting, and keep abortion on the menu, but make sure that conception and contraception are educated for everyone and available options. And I was able to get the support of my husband and my pastor at the time, and it was a traumatic experience for me. It was my own personal Katrina. It happened on the day of Hurricane Katrina 10 years ago, but I have moved forward, and I want to be counted. So thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you, caller. Renee, will you introduce our next guest?
Yes, right now we have Jack on Skype to share their story. Jack, please start whenever you're ready.
Hello! This is the second year I participated in the Speakout, and I'm very excited to be here, especially as a non-binary trans person, to make it very, very clear that there aren't just women who have abortions. I am not a woman, I am not she, I am her. When I was 20, I did have a medicinal abortion. Representation, woo! I was with a partner for about 5 years, and essentially the condom. Like very typical normative story there. The condom. I was about 5.5 weeks along when I found out, like when it was confirmed that I was pregnant. I remember peeing on pregnancy tests like 3, and then had another friend, a lesbian friend, pee on another one to make sure it was working. When I went to the clinic and chose to get a medicinal abortion, that decision wasn't difficult. I thought that the idea of...
Hold the microphone in front of your mouth so we can hear you clearly.
Oh, is better? So when I went to the clinic and chose to get a medicinal abortion, I thought, hey, maybe being at home and being in the comfort of my own space would be a good idea in terms of how I'd like to go about the process. So what I ended up, I went to my local Planned Parenthood and was incredibly nervous because I had never been to a clinic like that before. But everybody was really welcoming, sweet, and warm. And aside from the $500 it cost, it was a really gentle and warm experience. Since then, I've been active in my own communities, being present for Speakout, making sure that my story was out there as a trans person, because a lot of trans narratives don't get told. I had to deal with the trauma of transvaginal ultrasounds were mandated in the state of Florida. right when I had my abortion. That just happened, which was not a good time for me. A lot of my dysphoria comes from my reproductive organs and not wanting to acknowledge them or be aware of their existence. So that wasn't a fun time. And I don't hear enough non-binary or trans stories being told or representation there. So I've always wanted to be there like, hey, I know that this is something that we all go through at some point, and that there are people in my community who definitely have to navigate this kind of thing, and that there are other nuances. There are a lot of layers to it that maybe cisgender women don't necessarily have to worry about or think of. At the end of the day, it isn't something I regret. I regret my $500 disappearing from my bank account. That's about it. But I'm really, really proud to have had the access to it, been able to take care of myself and make the decision that was right for me. And I think I'll be here year after year telling my story, being present, making space for myself and people like myself. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, Jack, and with the Supreme Court. Can you tell us a bit about why you decided to share your story again today?
Again, mainly because I don't see a lot of representation of trans people, particularly trans people of color. And since I fit a lot of those, marginalized identities, I thought it'd be really important to be present in this space, especially.
Thanks, Jack, and thank you so much for your visibility and your power and your bravery. We love you. Lauren.
I love you too. Thank you.
Awesome. Lauren, who's our next guest?
We're joined now by Christina Banda, the clinic manager for Whole Women's Health in McAllen, Texas. Welcome, Christina. Since part of the restrictive laws that have started to go into effect in Texas, what has the experience been? What's the impact on your patients?
We really have seen a lot of confusion, a lot of anger, and a whole lot of disbelief from our patients. More than anything, they're just upset over the hurdles that they're having to jump and to go through to access basic healthcare rights that they have a right to. We see a lot of women coming from all parts of the state because of extended wait times at the clinics that are closest to them. A lot of women that cross the border that just don't understand these laws, don't understand why they have to wait 24 hours or why they have to come to the clinic for so many visits.
Wow, that is shocking, and I'm so sorry. Christina, if you could speak to the court as they make their decision on this historic case, what would you say to them?
I would tell them, this is not just a reproductive rights issue. This is not just an abortion issue. This is a humanitarian issue, more specifically for the women that we see along the Rio Grande Valley and border. It becomes imperative for many of these women to have the care and have the access and the services that we provide. If our clinic shuts down, millions of women are essentially going to be left without abortion access, which it doesn't necessarily stop them from seeking abortion. It just makes it less safe for them. We have women that self-induce all the time and that will come in after unsuccessful attempts from self-induction. And some of these women, have ended up at the hospital with hemorrhages because of it. So what I want them to know is that there are millions of women's lives at stake. This isn't about making abortion access safer. It really is about completely butchering abortion access. That is the ultimate goal of these laws, and I really hope that they can see past that and stand on the right side of history with us.
Wow, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for the work that you're doing. Y'all are all in my thoughts. Renee, what's next?
Well, now we have a pre-recorded message from Marcia Greenberger, founder and co-president of the National Women's Law Center, who works tirelessly to protect and promote equality and opportunity for women and families.
One of the most gratifying things that I can say about working at the National Women's Law Center is the ability to work for women's reproductive rights for several reasons. First of all, without those reproductive rights, women cannot shape their futures. They can't act responsibly in determining when they are ready to have children and if they are going to have children and how many children they can responsibly take care of. Women can't be independent and truly free individuals and have equality if women don't have reproductive rights. And I think every young woman today knows in her core how important that ability to protect her rights, her freedom, her liberty is to shaping her future and being able to be a responsible parent if that's what she wants to be. So I urge everybody, fight with us. And for the National Women's Law Center, it is in our core and in my core. And I'll say one final quick thing, and that is I'm of the age when I remember when women didn't have those reproductive rights. I was in college before Roe v. Wade was decided, and I had such close friends who were worried about dying because of back alley abortions. Literally, that happened in this country. So we have a lot to fight to protect, and we need a lot of allies to do that fighting with us.
Thanks for that, Marcia. Right now we have a guest on the phone who will share their story. Victoria, please start whenever you are ready.
I'm going to speak with my phone on my ear, yes?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready. Start whenever you're ready, Victoria.
Okay. Yo estaba sola en el baño con una prueba de embarazo en la mano. Tuve que enfrentarme a una amenazante raya azul. Fue un momento bien difícil para mí y mi primer pensamiento realmente fue abortar. La relación había terminado, yo no tenía intenciones de seguir atada a aquella persona y cualquier intento de maternidad iba a correr por mi cuenta. Pero mi situación económica era precaria, yo tenía 3 trabajos, no tenía beneficios, no tenía seguro de salud y además estaba a cargo de cuidar a mi madre. Tenía 32 años y para ese entonces había hecho un gran esfuerzo de salir adelante después de vivir una experiencia de violencia doméstica, de vivir como indigente en pobreza. Yo además tengo una condición médica, tengo una discapacidad ortopédica y los médicos me han advertido que un embarazo para mí en mis condiciones significa 6 meses de reposo absoluto durante el embarazo y después del parto. Y desafortunadamente vivo en un país que no me garantiza un prenatal o un postnatal remunerado. Y en mis condiciones, pues si yo no trabajo, no hay ingresos. Y si no hay ingresos, sencillamente eso repercute en mi estabilidad económica. En este momento me di cuenta que seguir adelante con un embarazo significaba someterme a una presión económica que solamente podía generar más pobreza y miseria. Y eso era una gran injusticia. Yo no estaba en condiciones de convertirme en madre y tomé la decisión de interrumpir este embarazo y sé que fue la mejor decisión para mí.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. These are definitely the stories that the court needs to hear. Can you tell us what you would say to the Supreme Court if you could address them as they decide this historic case?
Yeah, the Supreme Court must put a stop on this dishonest and harmful anti-abortion laws that do anything but improve care. I believe that the courts can ensure that people continue to have access to quality, to legal, safe abortion care when they need it. And I'm urging the justice to do just that, to stop anti-abortion agenda and to ensure barrier-free access to abortion care.
Thank you so much, Victoria. We're joined now by Amelia Bonow, founder of the Shout Your Abortion tag on Twitter, who will share with us today what's happening on social media.
Hello again.
Hey.
I'm so happy to be back. So there's so much going on. It's hard to even choose. And as we know, abortion is just, it's something that you can find your way into emotionally in so many different ways. It's a huge aspect of the human experience, right? Of what it's like to be alive as a person who has sex or who has a vagina or any combination of those things. I want to go back to a tweet from earlier today from a woman named Danielle Campo-Amor. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, Danielle. And I know Danielle. She's a writer who found me during the Shout Your Abortion stuff blowing up. And Danielle reached out to me and she just told me, Amelia, I want you to know that somewhere someone is hearing the discourse that, you know, movements like 1 and 3 and like SYA are helping to catalyze. Someone is finding a place to relate their own experience to in a way that is saving their life. And so I just want to highlight Danielle's story, which she writes about really eloquently in this article that she wrote for Salon. She says, the stigma society has attached to my abortion almost killed me. And it's a really powerful testament to the fact that abortion is an experience that's so much defined by the culture around the individual. I think that, you know, women who are shamed and stigmatized the way that Danielle was, she was in like a very, very seriously, you know, fundamentalist Christian. She was around a lot of pro-life folks that were saying horrible things all the time about women who chose abortion. And it drove her into a super dark place and she almost didn't make it out. So I think that, you know, Danielle is somebody who's using her voice now, and I know that there are women who are hearing Danielle's voice who are women of faith, who have chosen abortion, and who have stopped hating themselves probably because she's shared her story. And that's, you know, that's what 1 and 3 is out here doing today, is helping women relate to other people. You know, there are just so many compelling things out there on social media today. Alicia Johnson says, 1 and 3 Speaks is all about youth leadership, busting stigma, and uplifting the voices of people who have had abortions, and it's amazing.
That's so amazing.
It's so amazing. It's really just such a powerful vibe in here today, and just all of the people calling in to participate. It's almost unspeakable, except it is. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much to this campaign for having me today. To all of the people who shared your stories, every single person who did that today, and every time someone chooses to do that, everybody's putting something on the line, right? And I know that when I shared my story, I was very aware that I'm putting way less on the line than many, many other people. A lot of those reasons are things that I did not earn, like, you know, my whiteness, the fact that I live in a liberal community. But I think that what we are doing here today is making it so that there's less on the line for women in the future. And I think that we are in a palpable moment of shift where we can really feel that stigma falling away in an unprecedented way. I'm so happy to be a part of it. I also want to say that we're leading up to, I don't need to tell you all this, and I don't probably need to tell you this if you're watching, but we are leading up to the 43rd anniversary of Roe v. Wade this coming Friday. And as we know, legality is not enough, right? It's not enough for women in Texas. It's not enough for women like Danielle, who are literally saying stigma almost killed me. We have to make a better world. And I want to encourage everybody who's watching right now to dedicate some piece of your day on Friday, on the anniversary of Roe, to thinking about, talking about, engaging with the issue of abortion on some level. Shout Your Abortion is engaging in our first national effort called Together for Abortion, We are connecting with people in all 50 states who are engaging with this issue in some way that they're comfortable with. It can be as small as a conversation, or there are giant speak out events and more, there are teenagers making zines in Mississippi. There are like powerhouse philanthropic folks involved in major cities. But if you go to togetherfораbortion.com, you can find out, you can tell us how you are going to do that on that day, and we'd love to hear from you. We have almost 100 events on the books, and we're super excited. So thank you so much, 1 and 3. Thank you, Lauren and Renee. It's been such an honor.
Thank you, Amelia. Yeah, and I think it's wonderful that, so many people are sharing their stories and busting so much stigma. I always think that a lot of people don't recognize that everyone loves someone who's had an abortion. They probably just don't know it yet. And so speaking out really helps to fight that.
Unless you only know, 2 women. And then maybe
there's always someone.
Odds are, yes,
well,
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
So Lauren, who's joining us next?
Next, I'd like to welcome Anna, who will share her story. Anna, please start whenever you're ready.
Hi. So thanks for having me. I'm getting some echo, so I don't know if I should turn something off or just keep talking. But anyway, okay. So I had 2 abortions in my 20s, actually, and early 20s. I'm 38 years old now, and I was raised by very pro-choice parents, so I was raised to believe that I had a choice and that I should have control over my body and that abortion was not a bad thing. So I feel very fortunate because I know a lot of people have abortions and don't feel that way. But my first one, my family was very supportive. My parents knew about it. My mom took me to a clinic, and I was surrounded by lots of young women, very like teenage girls. Unfortunately, the provider at that clinic was asking me really inappropriate questions while I was going under, like, where's your boyfriend? Why isn't he here? And I remember thinking that was really odd at the time, but I was cared for by my mother after that, and it felt better. A year later, I had a second abortion. I did not tell my family about this one because I was embarrassed. I had a partner with me at the time. But what was different about that was that the providers were so much more understanding and supportive. And I was in a waiting room at one point with other women who were waiting to have their abortions, and they were older than me, was a bigger age range, and they were talking about how they couldn't afford it. They couldn't afford to have another child. Like, one woman had other children already. They all had jobs that didn't allow them to support more children. We had this moment together where we were able to sort of listen and provide support. So that's my story. I wanted to add, I chose to do this because I also want to help break down the stigma. I didn't even know I was supposed to feel ashamed about having had an abortion until I overheard people talking to me about abortions as if, they had no idea anyone in the room had had one, right? So I wanted to make sure that people knew that all kinds of people have them, not just, poor women who, the stereotype about low-income women who make bad decisions. I don't buy into that stereotype. I'm sorry to be even repeating it, but I want to make sure everyone understands that white educated women also need access to abortions. We have much easier access because of money, but it's, I just need to come out about it. I also recently found myself in a position where I was able to help somebody get access to an abortion. She didn't have access to the resources, and she had financial barriers, and I was able to turn around and help her out as well. And it was very meaningful, I think, for her to have support and for me to be able to do that for another person in that position. So.
Anna, thank you so much for sharing your story with us and the Supreme Court. What would you say to the court if you could address them about this historic case?
Me? I would say that women have always needed access to good abortion services, and they will always seek them out. And they will do it whether it's legal or not. And I want to provide help. We need to provide safe, affordable ways for them to do it, and we need to take the stigma away so that we can help people take care of their bodies and plan for their futures, and that every pregnancy is a wanted pregnancy. So I think that no matter what, women will always need that control over their bodies.
Wonderful. That's great talking to you, Anna. Thank you. And now it is my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Willie Parker, an OBGYN, abortion provider, and reproductive justice crusader. Welcome, Dr. Parker.
Thank you so much.
As an OBGYN, you have chosen to help women in need of abortion care. Why are you so committed to being an abortion provider?
Well, after many years of wrestling with my own conscience about what was morally the right thing to do, given my chosen craft as a women's health provider, I came to conclude that abortion care is just as essential a part of women's health care as obstetrics or gynecology or any of the other of it. And so I've always fancied myself as a comprehensive health care provider. But I realized ultimately that I couldn't consider myself that unless I was willing to provide all the services that a woman needs. And in keeping with the mantra of this campaign, the 1 in 3, I found myself with patients frequently who had unplanned, unwanted pregnancies or wanted but lethally flawed ones. And so it really became unsettling to me to know that if I were unwilling to provide abortion care, that I was unable to help 1 in 3 of the women who were coming to me, and so that simply became unacceptable.
Wow. What makes you continue to provide services in the face of all the political rhetoric and hate-mongering that many abortion providers face?
Well, it's not just because yesterday was a holiday. Dr. King is a big hero of mine, and he said that, the real measure of a person is not when they stand in moments of comfort, but when they stand in times of controversy. Unfortunately, health care that's called abortion that women need has been made controversial because people have decided to politicize it and to turn it into a moral issue when it is a matter of health and conscience and autonomy for women. So it's, a lot of people look at what the risk is and what they're afraid of, in terms of the most stark outcome of, what am I willing to die for? I know what I'm willing to live for. I'm willing to live for the rights of women to exercise their full humanity, and I want for them what I want for myself. So it's not a grand gesture of chivalry or bravery. It's about just common human decency. I want for women what I want for myself.
Wow. And if you could talk to the Supreme Court as they decide this historic case, what would you say to them?
Well, I would say, one of my sheroes was the mother of Cecile Richards, Governor Ann Richards. And I've seen plays about her, I've read about her. And long before I knew who Cecile was, that she's kind of, in a very super way, led Planned Parenthood Federation. Once someone remarked to Governor Richards with regard to fundamental fairness, they were trying to say, well, you have to understand that life is not always fair. And supposedly Governor Richards said, life isn't always fair, but government should be. The laws that govern the health and well-being of women in this country and the lives of women, there should not be restrictions that relegate women to second-class citizenship. There should not be restrictions that give a woman's right to make decisions about her life to somebody else. And so I would ask that the Supreme Court recognize that as they educate the law, that they recognize that they are obligated to make sure that the laws fulfill a woman's need to have the things she needs, and they're obligated to remove laws that will prevent women from exercising their full humanity.
Dr. Willie Parker, thank you so much. You are absolutely one of my heroes. And now we are joined by an anonymous caller who will share her story. Caller, please start whenever you are ready.
Okay. I want to thank y'all for letting me speak out.
I'm probably one of those women you would consider in the shadows here. I was born and raised in Texas and brought up by a Methodist family. And 20 years ago, when I was 16, I chose to have an abortion. We had to drive into Houston to a Planned Parenthood clinic, but before that, ended up going to one of the Christian crisis centers, and you get shocked with all the horror of the pictures and everything they show you. I ended up being, when I was 16, confiding in my best friend's mother. She said that I had to tell one of my parents about it. I chose to tell my stepmother about it. And eventually my mom caught on because she saw the morning sickness. The pregnancy was terminated about 3 weeks in, so we caught it early. Sorry about that. But the Planned Parenthood procedure, we went in, there weren't any protesters out there, so I got in rather smoothly. Went up with my best friend's mom, my mother, and my best friend. Went in, went through the ordeal. They spoke with me afterwards and gave me birth control and stuff after the procedure was done. And by the time I had gotten home, my mom threw away the whole bag of birth control they had given because she didn't want to condone in that type of activity. So I was stuck with that. But later I found out that my mom actually changed her decisions from being pro-life to pro-choice and worked with the local Planned Parenthood there. And I choose to stay anonymous because of who my mom is and who I am in my community. And people don't like it here in the Bible Belt of Texas. It's very hard to deal with. But I thank y'all for giving me an opportunity to speak out. Haven't been able to do this in 20 years. So I have a daughter now who's 10, and I love her, and couldn't have had her without making that decision. Was able to go to college and get my degree. And I'm now a self-employed artist.
Thank you so much for sharing your story and helping to shatter the stigma. Could you tell us why you are sharing your story today?
Pretty much, I want to share it for the sheer fact of just it's not a politician's right to choose what we do with our body. It's our life, it's our body, and we should be able to make our decision to go through with the pregnancy or not.
Absolutely. Thank you, caller. Now I'd like to share a story by an anonymous contributor.
During my 3rd week of college, crouched in a stall in my new dorm's communal bathroom, I found out I was pregnant. I had been crying every day, though I was so happy to finally be out of my hometown. When I vomited into my orange juice in the dining hall, I knew something was wrong. I didn't want to be pregnant. I needed to have an abortion because I don't have a thyroid, and I've been told if I want to have a child, my pregnancy needs to be carefully planned and managed. I needed to have an abortion because my man had another girl pregnant in a faraway state. And when I called and asked what he would do if I was pregnant, he said he would commit suicide. I needed to have an abortion because my RA told me I'd be kicked out of the dorms if I continued my pregnancy, and I was on full financial aid and couldn't afford to live off campus. But
don't think any of that matters. What matters is that I didn't want to be pregnant. I do not need to justify that to anyone. Anonymous.
Renee, who is next?
We are joined now by Jennifer, who will share her story. Jennifer, please start whenever you are ready.
Hello, my name is Jennifer. And I have a story. I'm sorry, I'm hearing like two different things for a second there. I can't really tell you without telling you the story of my son, Ethan. My son, Ethan, was born in 2009. He suffered with a very rare and serious genetic disorder called SCIDS, commonly referred to as bubble boy syndrome. So he was born without an immune system. I pretty much lived in a hospital from 2009 till October 2011 when he passed away. Unfortunately, they can cure it now, but they got to him too late, and his lungs gave out. But during all this time, about a year into it, I found out I was pregnant. Me and my husband both decided that for emotional reasons, for $1.5 million reasons, we decided not to keep this, we decided to abort. And the truth is, we did it for not only for socioeconomic reasons or mental health reasons, but because there's a very good chance any child that we have will be born with this disorder. And we really didn't want to see another kid born in this world just to suffer for 2 years and die. So, I mean, that's my story. I'm here to speak about it for a lot of reasons. Because I think that out there, for whatever reason, people think it's a myth that this doesn't happen, but it does. I mean, I served 4 years in the U.S. Army. I fought to defend the Constitution, the Bill of Rights for all of its people, and I come back only to be told I'm not good enough and have to face ridiculous things in order to make a sound decision for my family. Ridiculous intrusions, including when I went to go and have the abortion. I was forced to do an in vitro ultrasound, which is pretty invasive. So to this day, I have panic attacks before I go to my gyno appointment every year because I feel violated, all because I wanted to make a decision that was best for my family.
Wow, thank you, Lauren. Thank you so much for sharing your story. What a powerful, powerful story. Now, I'd like to welcome Deb Hauser, President of Advocates for Youth. You're going to help us close us out. Welcome, Deb.
Thanks. Thank you. Today, we've spent the last 6 hours hearing from people about their abortion experiences, yet presented only a fraction of the millions of stories that are out there. We've heard firsthand from women who sought abortion care and from clinicians dedicated to the provision of safe abortion services. We've heard from activists working to protect access and from champions advocating for federal and state policies to keep abortion accessible for women in need. We've heard from women who sought illegal, unsafe abortion care before 1973, and we heard from those who faced restrictions as recently as this year. We heard about unnecessary waiting periods and ultrasounds, about the legislation of medically inaccurate patient counseling, and of unethical laws that require the unnecessary widening of hallways and the installation of water coolers. We heard from women who faced pressure to remain silent and from those who suffered outright condemnation from their friends and family. But we've also heard from those of us for whom a supportive parent, friend, or partner made all the difference in the world. We heard people speak of the overwhelming relief they experienced after they had their abortion, of their feelings of gratitude, and subsequently of their ability to support their families, finish their schooling, and realize their dreams, all because abortion care was available to them. Abortion has always been and will always be a part of people's lives. It is a part of the continuum of reproductive health care to which people need access. We all know someone who's had an abortion, yet for too long the rhetoric of the abortion opponents has created a dense atmosphere of stigma and shame that has silenced our stories. It is this silence that enables abortion restrictions to flourish, and it is this silence that today we shattered. On March 2nd, the Supreme Court, just a few blocks from where we sit today, will hear arguments in its first abortion case in more than 20 years. The justices will decide if Texas law places an undue burden on women seeking abortion care. And it's to those justices that I now wish to speak directly. Chief Justice Roberts, Justices Thomas, Scalia, and Kennedy, Justice Bader Ginsburg, Sotomayor, and Breyer, Justice Alito, and Justice Kagan. I urge each of you to take into consideration the stories we've offered to you here today, and to recognize the important and positive role that abortion care has played in so many of our lives. Over the last 3 years, I've shared my own abortion story countless times. I talk about it because I understand that others need to hear it. They need to know that they are not alone in seeking abortion services. They need to hear that I steadfastly believe that for me, in my circumstances, I did the most responsible thing I could for my family. I ended a pregnancy I could not afford to keep. They need to hear that life is complex and that abortion is a common reality for many, many women throughout the generations. Often when I share my story these days, other women will approach me to share theirs. Almost always, they talk about the important and positive role that abortion has played in their lives. Many times they speak of the overwhelming relief they felt knowing that they had a choice, that they could exercise their right to set the course of their own lives with autonomy and dignity. But that choice doesn't exist for everyone. Today, rules and regulations, policies and laws enacted to make abortion more difficult to access place an undue burden on all too many women. These restrictions push so many to the fringes, where there are no safety nets, where there are few to no options. I was lucky. I had the means to seek an abortion, and there was a wonderful and kind clinic. There was a wonderful clinic and a kind and dedicated staff close by. But if I had lived in another state, if the date was today instead of 1995, how far would I have had to drive? How many appointments would I have had to keep? How many hotel nights and days of childcare would I have had to pay? What affronts to my own dignity would I have had to suffer? Needlessly restricting abortion care does not make abortion safer, nor lead to fewer abortions performed. Abortion care is already safe. Instead, these restrictions chip away at our dignity and our autonomy, and our ability to make the best decisions we can for our particular circumstances, for our families, and in light of our own dreams and aspirations. So today I implore each of you empowered to rule on the constitutionality of these restrictions, to recognize the undue burden they place on women and on their families, and to keep abortion care safe and accessible throughout this great nation. Martin Luther King once said, "Our lives begin to end the day we remain silent about things that matter." Well, these things matter, and we will remain silent no more, and our lives and the lives of our daughters and our granddaughters will be better because of it. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate all the stories that you've told. Good night.
Thanks so much, Deb. We're actually going to wrap things up with a video that you made. So let's go to the tape.
Hi, I'm Deb Hauser, President of Advocates for Youth here in Washington, D.C., and I'm standing here in front of the Supreme Court to urge the justices to keep abortion safe and legal, affordable and accessible for women and families across the entire country. 1 in 3 women will have an abortion in her lifetime. In 1995, I was one of those women, and I have to say that I was forever grateful for the experience of being able to access safe and affordable abortion care. I was 35 years old, and I had a 6-month-old baby. I was married, and my husband went to work one day, and he didn't come back. I remember calling his office to find out if he had left, and he wasn't there. I called his family, his friends. I called my family, my friends. No one knew where he was, and the days turned into weeks, And every day I had to get up and go to work, take care of my 6-month-old, and wonder where he was. A couple weeks into that experience, I found out that I was pregnant with our second child. We had always wanted a second child, so it was really a difficult situation. And I hadn't thought that things could get harder, but this really made it more difficult. I was lucky at that point. I had made a decision very quickly that I absolutely could not bring another child into this really untenable situation. So I found an abortion provider close to my home. They were kind and wonderful to me, and I could afford to get the services that I needed. But that was then. And if I had been in that situation now and lived in a different place, I might not have been able to access the services that I needed. Could I have paid for the daycare that I needed if I had to travel, or if I had to stay overnight, or if I had to pay more? If I couldn't afford the abortion, how could I afford to raise the child? So I'm 1 in 3 women who's had an abortion in her lifetime. 1 in 3 of us have to make these decisions. And when we do, we need to know that abortion is going to be safe and accessible and affordable, that it'll be there for us and for our families so that we can make the best choices that we can for our own situations. And we ask the justices in this court case to really think about the women and families across this country, and what they need is access to safe and affordable abortion care.